I hope to be in touch with you in the months to come. Wish you all the best. Raskin.
Xavier,
Yes, Sharman.
can we start
Can
now?
we start now?
Yes, we can start.
Yes, we can start.
Dr. Divya, you're on mute. You're on mute. Madam, you're on mute. Madam, you're on mute. You have to unmute. You have to unmute and speak.
Yes, sir. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Dr. Divya,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I hope you people are sitting with 2 or 3 devices there in Mathura.
Yes, sir. We are sitting. Yes, sir. We are sitting like that only.
That's why
That's
it's
why
echoing.
there's a lot of echo there.
There's a lot of echo there, man.
You'll have to sit in
Please
separate
ask
places.
everyone to mute their output volume. Otherwise, it will be echoing.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Please do it fast.
Shall we begin, sir? Shall we begin, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Education is the most powerful that you can choose to change the world. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. ELTAI, English Language Teachers Association of India, and Department of English, Institute of Applied Science and Humanities, GLA University, Mathura, welcomes its esteemed guests, distinguished dignitaries, head of various schools and colleges, my dear colleagues, research scholars and students to the 15th International and 51st Annual Conference of ELTAI. This international conference will turn out to be a vibrant session with scholarly presentations coming from eminent emeritus professors hailing from several well-known universities who will share their views on a wide gamut of theories and their implementations covering a fairly wide span in the field of English language teaching in India. New needs, new demands, and new trends. This international conference will set an apotheosis for everyone. This 4-day international conference will be filled with cornucopia of plenary lectures, talks, presentations, and I hope this conference marks the beginning of a new journey, new phase of progress for every young mind present in this conference. ELTAI is the largest network of teachers of English in India. The English Language Teachers Association of India was founded on August 7, 1969. by the late
Padam
S.
Natarajan,
a noted educationist. It promotes new technology of teaching pedagogy, mindfulness, and social emotional teaching, task-based learning, trans-languaging, computer-assisted language labs, so on, so forth. The students of the future for this. But before going deep into the ocean, I would like to invite our Honorable Chancellor, Uttaranchal University, Shri Jitendra Joshi ji, to light the lamp and seek the blessings of Ma Saraswati. Thanks a lot, sir. It's a matter of great privilege and honor for me to introduce Professor Anup Kumar Gupta, Pro Vice Chancellor, GLA University, Mathura. With 28 years of experience, he has been a gold medalist and conferred with several well-acclaimed degrees like PhD, MPhil, MBA, and Executive MBA. He laid a strong foundation of GLA University since its inception in 1998 and has been decisively instrumental in the establishment of the university in 2010. Dr. Gupta has implemented the e-governance project at GLA University. Now I request Professor Anup Kumar Gupta, our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, GLA University, Mathura, to welcome the galaxy of intellectuals present here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Divya. Actually, I was muted, so it took a second. It's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all on the occasion of this inaugural session of 15th International and 51st Annual Conference of ELTAI 2021. On the topic, ELT in India, new needs, new demands, new trends. I'm thankful to English Language Teachers Association of India to allow GLA University Mathura, Holy Cross College, Trichy, Pillai Engineering College, Panvel, Maharashtra, and Uttaranchal University, Dehradun to collectively host this great event. I especially welcome the ELTAI office bearers, Professor Sanjay Arora, President, Professor K. Alenga, National Secretary. I also welcome the conference chair, Professor Mohan Raj, Professor P. N. Ramani. It's my honor to welcome Professor Det Boa from Monash University, Australia, who has kindly given his consent to be the keynote speaker on this event. I would also like to thank Mr. Ruskin Bond for giving his video message. It's a great honor to welcome all the honorable vice chancellors and directors and principals of various universities and colleges. I welcome all the delegates and participants. Bacon says, I quote, "Crafty men contempt studies, simple men admire them, and wise men use them." So let me honestly confess that I am neither crafty nor wise. Like a simple person, I'm simply wondered how all these research and all these activities going on in the field of English language teaching. I also wonder how language plays a role in our life. Language, I feel, is one of the magical abilities that we humans have. We can transmit really complicated thoughts to one another. What I'm doing right now is I'm making sounds with my mouth as I'm exhaling. I'm making tones and hisses and puffs, and those are creating air vibrations in the air. Those air vibrations are traveling to you. They're hitting your eardrums, and then your brain takes those vibrations from your eardrums and transform them into thoughts, I hope. It's all magical. I hope we all understand that we are living in a world that is changing faster than ever and facing challenges that are unprecedented. In this light, the topic seems very apt. With the improved AI and machine learning, the challenges for English language teachers are also increasing. Instead of spending 5 years on learning any language, you can have it implanted now in time for your summer holidays. This is the magic of AI and machine learning and neural implants. With such fast changes, how we can face them, I hope to many such challenges and questions this conference will discuss and deliberate. I wish all success to this conference. Thank you, Divya, for giving me this opportunity to welcome all. I once again welcome you all to this international conference of ELTAI. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Sir, generally it is said that honest disagreement is a good sign of progress. So it's well quoted by Professor Anup Kumar Gupta. And now I would like to proceed and would like to tell you one more thing. Have you ever heard about keeping academic component imbibed with training and skill development? I'm talking about none other than our Honorable Professor and Vice Chancellor, GLA University, Mathura, Professor Falguni Gupta, to kindly present presidential address. With 30 years of rich experience in academia, he initiated his career in 1983 as ISRO scientist. In 1987, he joined IIT Kanpur and superannuated as professor in 2019. He promotes innovative research and research activities. He has published about 300 papers in international journals and international conferences. He is also an author of numerous books chapters. He has dealt with several sponsored and consultancy projects, which are funded by the government. Let's welcome Professor Falguni Gupta for his presidential address. Over to you, sir.
So kindly unmute and speak, sir. You're on mute.
Yes, good morning. I'd like to welcome you on behalf of the GLA University Mathura in the 15th International Conference and 51st Annual Conference of ELT in India, new needs, new demands, and new trends. And it is being organized jointly with other universities, and it is a long-awaited conference. Okay, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have realized its impact on teachers and students, and the theme of this conference assumes the great significance. We can no longer continue to teach the way we have been doing it, and we need to prepare ourselves in newer ways to meet the emergent and emerging scenario. The needs of learners for learning English and acquiring a minimum global standard levels of proficiency have changed. So we have the demands on teachers of English and education system at all levels, as well as the trends in modes of learning and course delivery, especially towards online and blended mode of teaching. Hence, repetition of the word new in the theme emphasizes the urgent need of changing the current need of teaching learning ecosystem. The conference is the platform to share your own experiences and experiments and insights which would lead to shape the indigenous approaches and practices. We can also learn from such initiatives in other countries, and especially those where English is not the native language of most of us. This attempt is just the beginning in thinking loud and concretization, alternative approaches, methods, and practices collaboratively. I wish a grand success of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Our Honorable Professor Falguni Gupta said and believed that be innovative in your own way. Yes, it is very truly quoted that in this pandemic era, we are not going to find out a blend between online and on-site classes. Obviously, this would turn up to be a negative thing in the coming future. With this note, may I now have the pleasure of inviting Professor Panchanan Mohanty, Head of the Department of English, GLA University, Mathura, to deliver the concept note. He is an ex-president of Linguistic Society of India, governing council member, Indian Council of Social Sciences and Research, Government of India. His areas of specialization is language teaching and testing, psycholinguistics, language endangered studies, computational linguistics, quantitative linguistics, and translation studies. We are proud to have him over here with us, Professor Panchanan Mohanty. Over to you, sir.
Professor Panchanan Mohanty's mic is not enabled. Maybe he could speak from another Zoom account.
Dr. Divya, I think he has to unmute. I see a mic which is in the mute mode. Can you ask him to unmute and speak?
Yes, sir. Let me check, sir. So let's welcome Professor Panchanan Mohanty. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Divya, for your kind introduction. We are living, in a so-called technology age. but we must understand that technology is not as efficient as human beings are. I have no doubt about it. So technology can always cheat and make frustrating kind of situations. So that is the reason for which, though I was sitting before the computer, I couldn't be unmuted. So that is the reason I'm sorry. I apologize for this delay. And dear colleagues, I'm sorry for that again. Professor Falguni Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Professor Anup Kumar Gupta, Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Sanjay Arora, National President ELTAI, Professor Elango, National Secretary ELTAI, esteemed guests and dear participants of this intellectual congregation. We Indians are very proud of our linguistic heritage because of scholars like Panini, Tolkappiyar, Bhartrihari, etc., etc. But language studies in contemporary India are reckless and disheartening. Lots of misconceptions and prejudices we have about languages. Since we are participating in an English language teaching conference, we must remember that there was something called a 3-language formula in this country. But all of us at the same time know that this 3-language formula, which the government wanted to be implemented and become successful, so that every child who goes to school must become a trilingual a person, adult citizen. It has not been very successful. And, that's the reason for which we cannot claim that India is a multilingual country today. India, in fact, is not a multilingual country. This is a prejudice people have about India. India is not a multilingual country. If for the sake of my argument, I'll give you some data from 2011 Census of India reports. The bilingualism figures of Hindi speakers among the bilinguals, among the Hindi speakers, the percentage is only 11.54%. When the trilinguals among the Hindi speakers, the number of trilinguals among the Hindi speakers is 1.49%. This is the reason. I can give you data from all other languages, but I won't do that. I'm a little tensed up because there was a hitch, and it's I'm late for talking to you all. That's the reason for which India is not a multilingual country. And this kind of situation, English has to play a very important role. And when we talk about languages, we talk about language planning. And all of us know that English is not a foreign language in this country. English is a second language in this country, and this is something which we couldn't, convince everybody. Most of the educated people, even I have heard that English is a foreign language in this country. No, English is a second language in this country, and it is the second official language in this country. These are the, pieces of information which have to be passed on by us. It is the duty of English teachers like us to pass on this information to everybody in this country, that English is not a foreign language. It's a second language, number one, like any other Indian language. The second thing is that it is the second official language in this country, and India does not have a national language. So this kind of information has to go. What we do in the name of teaching English at the school level, forget about literature, teaching language and teaching about a language, we don't make a distinction. What we do is that teaching about a language means teaching grammar. And all of us know that, grammar teaching has never been enjoyable in this country, because I have studied, and now I'm teaching English to undergraduate students. I ask them, have you ever, learned grammar, enjoyed learning grammar? Or everybody said no. They all wrote memorized. That means there is a difference between what English they know and what kind of grammar we are teaching. So, that's why good that this conference has, a theme like new needs, new demands, and new trends. That's a very contemporary, useful, and futuristic kind of theme. And for this, we must have something called needs analysis. And why we need English? What are the needs? And then, of course, the demands. And this will lead to the production of a different kind of teaching materials and teaching methods. And of course, now Kumar Vidivulu has talked about the post method scenario, but let's start with whatever we have, what kind of methods we should use. And, if you talk about methods, it should be on-site and online. And COVID has done a lot of harm to the whole world and to India also. But the benefit of COVID is that we have started thinking about an alternative to on-site teaching, which is online teaching. Now, online teaching, or blended teaching, if we are talking about, what are the pros and cons? Because all of us, I'm sure most of you know that there was something called programmed instruction some time ago. Let's say learn English in let's say 30 days, 90 days, something like that. So program instruction has not been very successful. We should learn from that and, how to, devise, let's say, programs for online teaching and blended teaching. These are quite important. And what is blended teaching? How should we implement, these kind of teaching methods? And these are quite important issues right now. So coming back to whatever themes we have, these are very rich. As a linguist, I can tell you that the sub-themes are very rich and all-inclusive kind of thing. And I was quite happy to see that even endangered languages are there. So thank you very much for including all sorts of important themes under these sub-themes. And, I'm very sure these, the 15th International and 51st National Annual Conference of ELTAI will be discussing all these themes in great detail. And in India, we are probably we have the largest number of English speakers in this country. As a second language, as a foreign language, whatever it is, we have the largest number of English speakers in this country. And we should have contribution also, because Indian English has, thanks to Braj Kachru, who introduced the concept of Indian English and made it a brand. And it's time we started, emphasizing Indian English, and Indian scholars should work on Indian English also. And that's how we'll come to the new needs, new demands, and we should talk about new trends. So thank you very much. And I, on my personal behalf, on behalf of the Department of English and ELTAI Mathura chapter, as well as GLA University, I welcome all of you to this conference. And thank you very much for joining us. And I'm sure this will be an exciting experience for all the participants. Thank you. Divya, over to you. Divya, over to you. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, over to you.
Yes, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. May I now have the pleasure of inviting Professor K. Ilango, National Secretary, ELTAI, under the aegis of Professor K. Ilango. English Language Teachers Association has reached its pinnacle. He has researched and encourages experimentation in ELT to organize staff development programs, to introduce new knowledge, new trend, new demands in the field of English language teaching. May I now request, sir, to please come and provide us with a report. Sir, over.
Thank you, Divya. Good morning to every one of you. This is the annual report of the association for 2020 and 21. When the pandemic disrupted the rhythm of our life, in fact, the entire rhythm of our life, ELTAI's annual conference 2020 was no exception. We were all set to hold it in June last year, but we were destined to do something different, something vastly different. What was supposedly a 3-day conference paved way for 76 webinars as of now, drawing resource persons and attendees globally for the members' professional enrichment. The novel Corona-19 virus spread generated a novel way of holding CPD programs in the form of webinars. We branded them as Sunday tea time webinars, scheduling them between 4:30 and 5:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time with some flexibility when warranted. Weekly webinars. We have conceived them differently. Let's go on to look how different they are. The first Sunday webinar of a month primarily targets school teachers, focusing on classroom techniques through the workshop mode. The second, focus on teachers teaching at the tertiary level as well as at lower levels with the theoretical inputs of recent developments in ELT. The third addresses the cognitive and the life skills of tertiary level students across disciplines, while the fourth is meant to discuss topics related to literary studies, targeting literature lovers besides the teachers and literature students. We have taken the whole gamut: teachers, school teachers, college teachers, students across disciplines, and even the public. The attendees range from 300 to 600, once touching 1,600, and their sustained positive feedback has given us the impetus to continue the series. Professor Mohan Raj's commitment and untiring efforts in this regard need a special mention. We also acknowledge Professor Iram Gambi Singh's efforts in attracting participants from neighboring countries from the East for webinars. Teachers' Day Celebration 2020, yet another novelty that the novel coronavirus pandemic gave birth to was manner in which we commemorated the Teachers' Day of 2020. ELTAI organized a virtual Teachers' Day celebration by hosting inspiring talks and conducting a medley of contests for 3 days from 3rd to 5th September 2020. 10 online contests targeting 3 groups of participants were conducted. For school students, we had memes, doodles, mini sagas, and reflections on a book. For college students, there were Twitterature, e-posters, quiz, and poetry slam. For teachers, there were blogging, PowerPoint presentations, and podcasts. Besides cash prizes for the winners, all the participants were given the certificate of appreciation for their efforts. The reason why I'm mentioning this is, the students were used to essay writing competitions, quizzes, elocutions, but these competitions were quite different and they seem to have relished them. Next is reading movement and reading clubs. It's certainly a matter of grave concern that the visual generation of today has strayed away from the culture of reading, a skill regarded as the mother of all skills. Even when they happen to read, they seem to be mostly scrolling through non-serious texts. If the reading habit is not developed during the school days or college days, the possibility of cultivating it ever in one's lifetime is really remote. Therefore, ELTAI has launched the reading movement through reading clubs, which have the following goals. There are 4 goals. First is to create a love for reading among students and enable them to become better lifelong readers. Secondly, to enable them to reflect on and discuss what they read. It's not reading per se, but reading should lead on to something. Next is to familiarize them with different text genres and to facilitate them to adopt appropriate reading strategies. And lastly, to employ both the synchronous and asynchronous modes. Synchronous, both virtual and physical meetings. Asynchronous, using web tools such as WhatsApp, Facebook, blogs, reading logs, MOOCs, using audios, videos, quotes, blurbs, reviews, and so on to sustain their interest. The reading club, to a large extent, is learner-driven and learner-managed under the guidance of faculty members as mentors. The clubs are functionally interest-specific area specific and gender specific. We all know that boys and girls don't seem to enjoy the same kind of text, and we have not given due recognition for that. And we want to popularize it as Chipko movement was. It has to reach every student, every college, every nook and corner of our country. That's the objective of ELTAI. FDP on reading. ELTAI for the first time conducted an 8-day faculty development program on reading back to basics in August 2021 for college teachers. About 200 teachers from different parts of the country participated, and 35 resource persons dealt with varied topics such as reading micro, macro skills, intensive and extensive reading, multiple reading strategies, technology-enabled reading, rapid reading versus slow reading, just to mention a few. And many were surprised that there are so many aspects to reading, but have remained unnoticed. A 2-day reading enrichment program for secondary school teachers focusing on the pre-reading, during reading, and the post-reading phases were organized on the 13th and 14th of this month. Another program is planned for primary school teachers to deal with the concept of learn to read as against read to learn, appropriate to the age groups. The association is deeply engaged in continuous professional development of teachers at different levels, catering to the needs as against the stereotypical practice of one size fits all. Moving on to journals, our print journal, Journal of English Language Teaching, is included in the UGC care list, which has been the long pending demand of our members. And efforts are on now for indexing it in other global bodies such as Scopus and MLA and so on. Eventually, the other 3 online journals, namely Journal of Technology for ELT, the ELT Practitioner, and Journal of Teaching and Research in English Literature will also get such recognition, thanks to the persistent efforts of Dr. Ramani and Dr. Neeru Tandon. Moving on to funded projects, ELTAI was awarded the Hornby Trust Teacher Association projects 3 times in the past. And once again this year, we have been awarded a grant for the project on shaping and nurturing future teachers of English at the secondary level of education to be implemented in 2022. Rather than dealing with only practicing teachers through in-service training, which is the usual practice, we have decided to focus instead on the future teachers who are undergoing the training program leading to the degree in education. Shaping and nurturing them, we hope, could lead to a real transformative ecosystem of technological practices. Another project for which ELTAI has been chosen this year is the ITFL funded project on partner remote language improvement of English teachers' classroom English, especially for teachers in rural and remote areas. We are genuinely happy about it, as our thrust has always been reaching out to the resourceless contexts. More than anyone else, they are the ones who need and are interested in such programs. Moving on to chapters, we have now 63 chapters spreading across the country and for the first time outside the country as well. The latest one to join is the Jammu chapter with Vandana Sharma as its convener. 2 initiatives were undertaken. One is the institutional membership, and the first one to launch was the GTN Arts College at Dindigul, and we look forward to many more colleges to follow the suit. The second is an exclusive chapter for the Indian English teachers teaching abroad, and it was initiated by Dr. Justin James based in Oman. We expect it to swell. There are thousands of them teaching abroad, including the so-called native-speaking countries, but they need to be NRIs to join us. Lastly, the tasks ahead of ELTAI. I'm fond of quoting as well as misquoting. We have to misquote the famous lines from Coleridge's poem, The Rime of Ancient Mariner. All of us know this: water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink. And exclaim, English, English everywhere, but elusive to everyone. English has arrived on our shores thanks to East India Company more than 400 years ago. We are now immersed in English all around us, all the time. That's the reason why Dr. Panchanan said that English is an Indian language, maybe the youngest Indian language. No longer we can use the terms like foreign language or even L2. This L1, L2, L3 are the distinctions that we made for ourselves. As learners, I don't think they're making any distinction among the languages. They're learning the languages. I think we need to do away with this kind of artificial boundaries. But credible studies point out that only 2% of Indians have native-like fluency. After all these years, which are inversely proportional to the time and resources invested, we have realized rather too late that transplantations and the cloning of Western approaches and methods yield only limited results. And the teaching learning of English has become nightmarish. Not taking cognizance of this any longer can only cause generations of learners never forgiving us for leading them along a ruinous pathway. That's the reason why conference hinges on the theme of ELT in India, new needs, new demands, new trends. The repetition of the word new emphasizes the urgency to strive towards encouraging and developing indigenous approaches and methods for teaching English at various levels. Primary, secondary, and tertiary. We need to have different kind of approaches for different levels because the cognitive levels of learners are quite different. And we seem to be using the same kind of method for all age groups. It's time for rediscovering our own good practices, call it indigenous or homegrown. The next time we meet, next conference that we are going to have, we hope our focus will have shifted towards a transformative teaching learning ecosystem for learning English, which would benefit millions. Let's strive towards it. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your brilliant words and the report presented over here, especially talking about reading clubs, learners-driven and learner-centric. That is, again, an amazing effort that is done by ELTAI. And elucidating Chipko movement for the same is, again, a very mesmerizing one. We have really done well for funded projects, shaping and nurturing language teachers. And all over, like till now, we have 63 chapters. That is, again, a very good accomplishment on our part. And last but not the least, English everywhere, but elusive to everyone. That was really marvelous, sir. Thank you for your kind words, sir. Rome was not built in a day. In the same way, ELTAI, in association of GLA University, has left no stone unturned to make this international conference successful. Souvenir is a symbol of special event keeping all the memories alive. Here, we come to the launch of Souvenir. May I have the pleasure of inviting Honorable Chancellor, Uttaranchal University, Shri Jitendra Joshi ji, to launch the Souvenir, and Professor Rajesh Bahuguna, Pro Vice Chancellor, Uttaranchal University, to receive it. We would be glad to hear to Shri Jitendra Joshi, sir. Thank you, sir. We would be glad to hear to Shri Jitendra Joshi ji, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Divya. Honorable Chancellor of the University, Shri Jitendra Joshi ji, all dignitaries on board from Uttarakhand, Uttaranchal University, and all the other university hosting this great event. Dear participants and Professor Son Kumar ji, who has been instrumentality to establish this ELTAI activities and reading club in Uttaranchal University. I extend my greetings to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very overwhelming moment for me to receive the souvenir of 15th International and 51st National Annual Conference of ELTAI. I, on the behalf of Uttaranchal University, congratulate English Language Teachers Association of India and other associated host university and colleges. I am happy to note that the conference will witness the deliberation of Padma Bhushan and Padma Shri Ruskin Bondji, Honorable Member of Parliament Hema Malini ji, Mr. Jayant Mahapatra, the great English poet, Shri Vineet Kamal Nayan Panchi ji, a great Indian writer, and many other invited speakers from Singapore, Australia, Malaysia, Indonesia, Nepal, USA, and UK. Our university feels honored to host this mega event, which will welcome more than 60 plus speakers of international repute in all 4 days. The topic of the conference, ELT of India, new needs, new demands, new trend, is very relevant to today's global scenario. Ladies and gentlemen, I salute the efforts of ELTAI towards their vision, their efforts they are making to enrich this language. And at the same time, when I was going through the keynote speech, one thing with all the regards to you, which I have noticed one point, and that was India has no national language. If it's a casual remark, then it's all right. But if it's the vision of the association, then serious. No person will deny that Hindi hamari rashtra bhasha hai, and we have our national language. I'm professor of law. In the light of Constitution of India, our forefather, the framer of Constitution, they have declared it, we have accepted and adopted it. So at the end, Uttaranchal University wish all the best to all the paper presenter from the different university and different countries, and to bring out real trend of ELT and dire need of ELT in Indian context. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It's a matter of great pleasure to invite respectable Dr. Catherine Adward, Head, Department of English, Holy Cross College Secretary, to launch Journal of English Language Teaching. And heartiest delight to invite Dr. M. Mary Jayanti, Vice Principal and Assistant Professor of English, to receive.
Good day, everyone. Hope I'm audible. Good day as we connect across various timelines. Holy Cross College Autonomous Tiruchirappalli, India, through the ELTAI Trichy chapter, initiated in 2016 under the guideship of Dr. Catherine Edward, is glad to work hand in hand with the largest network of teachers of English in India, ELTAI, for the 15th International and 51st Annual Conference that's happening virtually. On behalf of the management, secretary, and principal, I congratulate the organizers, the host institution, and the entire team for the humongous effort involved to put together the week-long conference across the globe. This conference on ELT in India, new needs, new demands, new trends, is a perfect platform to learn, unlearn, and relearn the media literacy post-COVID. I'm sure most of us here would have been part of many annual conferences of ELTAI and its impact on the learning curve. Also, one for sure can trace the role of a teacher has evolved from a facilitator to being and becoming a digital mentor during the lockdown online classes and also in the post-COVID blended learning scenario. There's just one thing I would like us teachers to become aware of, one significant need, which is also a cause of concern. There has been an inevitable increase of screen time for students. As teachers, I would invite you all to be the forerunner in introducing what one could call as digital detox exercise routine, especially in the English classrooms. Now, what is digital detox? It's a conscious blending of offline learning material and experience even in online classrooms. And as English teachers, we can engage the students in a learning experience away from the screen time. It's a tech-fast, hands-down digital time, and it could be as simple as just giving them an exercise to watch the stars and speak to us about it. It could be a 5-sense approach exercise where we could ask them to engage in a learning experience, where we could ask them to just tell what they like about what they see, listen, speak, or what they like to hear, or what they like to touch. Or it could be as ideal as look out of your window and balcony learning assignments. Or it could be a food chat, or speak about the immunity routine, or play realia in the online classroom as well, and also ask them to write the journal. So let us set the digital detox reminder to blend in more of offline learning experience for the student to balance both the offline and online methods. So I just wind up with a question. When was the last time you saw the stars? So that will keep us to think beyond the screen. Wishing all the very best to the organizing committee. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot for sharing such a wonderful thoughts over here with us. Certainly, it is true, it's an uphill task to organize such a nice conference of international level. With this note, I would like to draw your kind attention to the release of the newsletter. I'm highly gratified to invite Dr. Sandeep Joshi, Principal, Pillai College of Engineering, to launch the newsletter. May I invite Dr. Arun Pillai, Head Applied Sciences, Mathematics and Humanities Department, Dr. Malvika Sharma, Convener of the conference, Dr. Manju Pillai, Associate Professor, Dr. Sachin Wani, and Associate Professor to receive it.
Good morning, one and all. This might be the first time that engineering college has been honored to be a part of ELTAI conference. We are really delighted to be associated with ELTAI, and I'm very happy and glad to say that whatever the title of the conference, that new needs, new demands, and new trends, the conference organizers have really followed the conference title in total. That the new need is, though we are language teachers, new need is to be technology literate. and the conference has made all of us to be literate about this online platform. The new demand is to tune ourselves to on-site teaching as well as online teaching. And since last more than 1.5 years, all of us, all the teachers have tuned ourselves in very short time to this new methodology of teaching. We are unable to see our students, but still we are interacting with them. Still we are imparting the knowledge to our students. And that is, we all should appreciate each other on this particular thing, that irrespective of our personal age, we have tuned ourselves to this totally new teaching methodology. And the trend, the ELTAI has adopted this new trend also. Might be earlier conferences might have been organized in on-site or offline mode, and the organizers have tuned themselves once again with a very smart and commanding way and organizing this conference in this online mode. So I personally want to congratulate all the organizers on this big achievement of organizing this conference at international level and joining the brilliant minds across the world together and to deliver the knowledge about the language. Once again, I'm very much thankful to ELTAI for giving us an opportunity and giving us an honor to be a part of this wonderful and very knowledgeable conference. And I welcome all the participants for happy and wonderful learning throughout this conference. Thank you so much. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your golden words and obviously motivating our presenters to come forward and present their views. With this note, I would like to express my opinions and my warm welcome to Dr. Ruth Good to have her over here with us as Regional English Language Officer. As RELO, Dr. Ruth is assigned to Embassy New Delhi and responsible for designing, managing and advising on programs, supporting English language learning and teaching as strategic tools of public diplomacy in India, Afghanistan and Bhutan. She has over 30 years of experience in the field of language teaching. Among other roles, prior to joining the Foreign Services, Dr. Ruth was technical advisor for language training at Peace Corps headquarters, supporting the teaching of more than 200 languages in 65 countries. Project manager for the 5-year National English Language Curriculum and Teachers Training Reform Project in Algeria. Over to you, ma'am. A warm welcome to our conference, to our international conference.
Well, thank you so very much for inviting me to speak. Let me just say, if I may, namaste, suprabhatam, salam alaikum, nagaho suprabhat, subhodayam, subhasaveram, shubhaprabhata, and a very good morning to you. And my apologies to all the speakers of the amazing, rich languages that are spoken in India. I'm Ruth Good. I'm Regional English Language Officer for Afghanistan, Bhutan, and India. And thank you so much, Dr. Gupta, for that very warm introduction. I'm very honored to join you all today, especially in the illustrious company of all the amazing presenters. Kudos to all the organizers, but especially to Dr. Aurora and Dr. Singh, among many others who I know have worked tirelessly to make this conference possible. I have only 3 things to say. First, what an amazing conference, an incredible program of amazing speakers and fascinating topics. I just wish I could be there with you all for these 4 incredible days. Second, I echo Dr. Mohanty's comments about the important role that English has to play in the wonderfully complex and rich language environment in India. As you heard in my introduction, I used to support the teaching of more than 200 languages around the world, and I am an incredible and passionate supporter of the linguistic and cultural wealth of languages, what we sometimes call the dual languages, languages which are not necessarily spoken at the national level, but languages which are key to people's being and identity. As the German philosopher Heidegger said, language is the house of being. So the languages we speak are our identities. So English is not just an important language in India, but also an important world language. And I think English can lead to new identity possibilities for speakers of that language, whether we identify as speakers of Indian English or of American English, or what we can think of as English as a world language. There are over 60 countries around the world in which English is a national or official language. English is the key to international communication and a gateway to higher education and employment opportunities, not only in India, but around the world. But perhaps equally importantly, it is the key to improved global understanding and cooperation. So we are very honored to be a part of your efforts to support English language teaching. Third, and if you'll forgive the self-promotion, please do remember that the United States Department of State's Office of English Language Programs and our website, American English at state.gov, has a wealth of really great free materials, including our academic journal, English Language Teaching Forum, and a very wide variety of free downloadable materials. If you want to know more about this and our professional development opportunities, please do follow us on the Relo India Facebook page, and I'll put those links in the chat box. So with that, I thank you so very much for the opportunity to join me this morning. I'll wish you a wonderful conference and look forward to connecting in person at the very next conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. Thanks a lot for your words, Ma. Yes. My heartiest obeisance for Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan awardee, Dr. Ruskin Bond. India's most adored writer, Ruskin Bond, was born in Kasauli in 1934. He has sent us a message. So I would like to request Mr. Xavier to please play the video. Due to some unavoidable circumstances, he could not turn up over here. But let's welcome and listen to him. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. My best wishes, every good wish to your association, ELTAI. Teachers are doing a great job, and I'm with you all the way. I hope to be in touch with you in the months to come. Until then, I wish you all the best. Ruskin Bond.
That was really amazing. And I don't know whether many people know out here or not, when he got the first amount what he earned through his writing. His love for India is integral, and he all the way traveled from UK to India, and thereafter he settled over here just because of this. Mr. Bond received the Sahitya Academy Award in 1992 for Our Trees Still Grow in Dehra. He was also awarded, as if I've already quoted, that he was also awarded the Padma Shri in 1999 and Padma Bhushan in 2014 for his contribution to literature. So now moving towards our guest of honor. Due to some unavoidable situations, our guest of honor, the Padma Shri awardee, Ms. Hema Malini, Honorable Member of Parliament, Mathura, is unable to join the conference. Has blessings and best wishes for our conference. Moving further in the same row, I would like to invite Professor Sanjay Arora, who is the National President of ELTAI, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Divya. J.A. Shedd says, and I quote, "He who thanks but with the lips, thanks but in part. The full, the true thanksgiving comes from the heart." So this thanksgiving that flows from the lips actually emanates from our heart, from the heart of all ELTAIans, for all those who have supported us all through these weeks, days, months, and in fact, the last couple of years in shaping up this conference, which off and on we had been debating and finalizing whether it should be a virtual conference or it should be an offline conference. And finally, it was decided that it has to be a virtual conference because people will have to travel and they may not be willing to take that risk. So hence this virtual conference, and the credit goes to all the four host institutions: GLA University Mathura, Holy Cross College Tamil Nadu, Pillai College of Engineering Maharashtra, and Uttarachal University Dehradun. So it is because of these collaborative efforts of these four institutions that we have been able to put this conference in place. And I would like to also state here that this smooth sailing of the planning of the conference, and I hope the next 4 days also would go quite smoothly, and these will be very academically enriching for all the participants who are here. So thanks to all that. And on top of it, in fact, I would start by thanking the Almighty God for enabling us to organize this mega event after these 2 years of struggle during the pandemic, and we have still not been able to come out of it. So it is all because of his blessings that we have been able to put these things together for you all. And on behalf of English Language Teachers Association of India, I would also like to thank Professor Anup Kumar Gupta, Pro Vice Chancellor, GLA University, for his welcome address, and thanking the dignitaries, and also floating this idea of how language is magical and how we need to adapt to the fast changing world. And he also suggested that we should try to make use of artificial intelligence in handling these challenges. So great ideas, sir. And now that we are in this age of technology, I suppose our younger team would be able to do it better, and we will be able to learn through them. Professor Faguni Gupta, Honorable Vice Chancellor, GLA University, I would like to thank him also for expressing his views on the changing needs of education post-pandemic, and his idea of shaping these indigenous approaches and practices and collaborations for academic growth. So thank you, sir, for your ideas. Professor Panchanan Mohanty, Head Department of English, GLA University, for setting the tone of the conference through his concept note. Professor Mohanty rightly pointed out that there are a lot of misconceptions and prejudices when it comes to languages. There are regional biases, there are regional prejudices. People would not be willing to accept a language from the other part of the country, and that's where English plays a unifying role. And I just was wondering at this idea of Professor Mohanty declaring that India is not a multilingual country. So with the statistics that he quoted, yes, we need to believe that it is not a multilingual country, but a bilingual one for sure. So it has an important role to play. And English as a second language, in fact, we all accept that that is the role that English plays today. I would like to also thank Professor Ilango for reporting the events that ELTAI has been into and how ELTAI is progressing in the professional and ensuring the professional growth of teachers, not only at the tertiary level, higher education, for which in fact ELTAI was known for earlier, but also reaching up to the teachers and students at all levels through webinars and also through FDP that we organized on reading. The projects that we have got, I hope we'll be able to do justice to that. And that is how we are going to reach up to the last person, the people who are at the peripheries, the people who are marginalized. So that is how, with 63 chapters that ELTAI has, I'm sure by the next year, we will be touching 100 with the support of all the enthusiastic members who are all the time there to support us without any personal gains in mind. So ELTAI, as you've heard, crosses borders. And now with the chapter that we have in Oman, I'm pretty sure that there'll be many more chapters coming in the Middle East and also other parts of the country. Another point that Professor Ilango made about the 2% speakers in India who conform to the standards, I would like to add here that there was a report in the Times of India. It has been more than a decade now. It was on the front page that it was reported that only 2% of speakers in UK can conform to the standards that they have laid down for the world. So if with all the constraints and all the kind of limitations that we teachers are teaching in, I think we should rather feel proud of this achievement of 2% rather than maybe feeling ashamed about it. So that was just to add on to that. I would also like to thank Professor Dr. Ruth Gould for being very crisp and precise in bringing up 3 ideas. First, congratulating ELTAI for this conference, and I would like to thank her in person and Regional English Language Office in general for being with us all through our conferences in the past, sponsoring speakers, providing us English language fellows for our workshops, and being there all through. So, and I'm also a little apologetic for some last-minute communication because last I think yesterday, last afternoon, I think Dr. Ruth sent me a mail which I missed out on, and I checked it later in the evening. So thank you for being there and being so accommodative, Dr. Ruth. So the material that Dr. Ruth said is available on free for all the members, or in fact for all. So we can make the best use of these resources. They are ready to use resources. I've also had access to some of these. So we as teachers can make the best use of that. So thank you for letting us know about this. Also, she pointed out how English is the language of opportunity, and how she has this concern for these marginalized languages. So that also is one of the important points that we need to keep in mind when we are talking about English, that the marginalized languages do not become extinct. Professor Joshi, I would like to thank him for his very penetrating, say, reading of the keynote, where he, in fact, objected to this point that India has no national language. And he also posed a question whether it is the opinion of, in the keynote, or it is the opinion of the association. So, sir, I would like to clarify that it has been taken from the keynote address, which will be delivered by Professor Darth Bao from Australia. So in that keynote, whatever he's expressing, those are his personal views, and those are not the views of the association. So I hope you will take those comments from that perspective. And I would also thank Dr. Merlin Dipsey for giving this phrase digital detox, quite an important phrase in the present times, that how our present generation needs to detox itself, because we are struggling. Even I remember while teaching my students a few months ago, some of them stopped coming to the classes, and when I inquired, I came to know that some of them are under depression, some of them are under some anxiety issues and all. So that these are things, in fact, which are there. And the very next day, I arranged for a yoga session for all of them. I said, okay, tomorrow we are going to have this session, and maybe whatever little I know about pranayam and detox and de-stressing, say, ways of taking it up. So you could, if they appeal to you, you could take that up. And I'm happy to say that many of them are still following that. So here, these are things which, in fact, we have to be, as teachers, we have to be very careful about. So finally, I would like to acknowledge the support that has been provided by our sponsors: Cambridge, Oral Talk, Karadi Path, DLM Impact, Sage Publishing, Trinity College, London, and Regional English Language Office, New Delhi. So they have been with us all through these years, and they have means it is through their support that we have been successful in hosting these conferences and conducting these conferences so very smoothly. I would also, in fact, in ELTAI, I would like to tell that we love to prepare and work as a team. And I would like to thank our office bearers and members who have been planning this conference for these last 2 years, and also the personal attention and meticulous planning that has gone into it. Each one of us, each in ELTAI, all those who have been in the planning part, have had this sense of ownership that it's my event, it's my association. So that is how we have been able to put things in place. So I thank the coordinators, faculty members, and volunteers from these 4 institutions who will be managing the show all through these 4 days, and also Dr. Divya today for conducting this inaugural so very smoothly. Finally, I would like to thank the participants who have contributed by sending their papers in different, say, on different themes and sub-themes related to the conference. And I'm sure that their experiences will enrich the conference. So I thank you one and all once again. And I wish that you make the best use of this academic opportunity that ELTAI is providing you. I wish you all a happy, healthy, and academically enriching new year ahead in advance, and let's hope we meet face to face next year. Thank you. Bye-bye. All the best. Over to you, Divya.
Thank you, sir. That was indeed a very, very heart-rendering, warm vote of thanks, sir. Michelangelo wrote at the age of 87, "I'm still learning." And believe me, we all at every stage learn, unlearn, and relearn several things. I'm pretty much sure this 4-day international conference will set an apotheosis for everyone. And this conference will be filled with cornucopia of plenary lectures, talks, and presentations. It is not only the beginning, but a new journey and new phase of progress for every young mind present in this conference. With this note, I would like to invite Sir for the important announcements.
Dr. Manisha, please unmute, sir. You're on mute.
Divya ma'am, you can announce about the timing for the next session, and the participants will be ready for that.
Yeah, sure, sir. At 11 o'clock, we are going to begin with our next session. And all the links would be provided to you for parallel sessions, and for the plenary sessions, you have to join through this main group as well from the same ID. And apart from that, for all other important announcements, sir, we'll meet at 11 o'clock. We'll meet for keynote address on rethinking silence research in Australia and East Asia. Professor Dat Pao, Monash University, Australia. And it would be chaired by Professor Panchanan Mohanty, Head of the Department of English, GLA University. So let's welcome them. Within 2 or 3 minutes, they would be over here, sir.
Okay, I'll start.
Over to you, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dear ELTAI International Family, consisting of administrators, hosting authorities, distinguished professors from various countries, delegates from India and abroad, teachers, and all the well-wishers around the world. Before our keynote speaker, Dat Pao, Monash University, Australia, enlightens us with his keynote speech, let me welcome our chairperson, Professor Panchanan Mohanty, HOD of English, GLA University, to speak. Let me give a brief introduction of Dr. Panchanan Mohanty. After a brief stint at the Odisha Educational Service and Berhampur University in Odisha between 1980 and 1990, Panchanan Mohanty joined the Center of Applied Linguistics and Translation Studies at the University of Hyderabad. Hyderabad in 1990 as a reader, after being promoted to the post of Professor of Applied Linguistics in 1998, he served this university till his superannuation in 2018. He has participated in more than 300 national and international seminars, conferences, and workshops in different countries and published more than 160 papers in journals. He has written and edited 30 books in English, and Variya published in India had abroad, besides translating 4 books in Variya. He has held positions in different professional linguistics associations and journals, like Vice President and then President of the Dravidian Linguistics Association, Trivandrum, Chief Editor of Indian Linguistics, Journal of the Linguistic Society of India, Pune, Deputy Editor of International Journal of Dravidian Linguistics, Journal of the Dravidian Linguistics Association, member of the executive body of Foundation for Endangered Languages, UK Roundtable for Protection and Preservation of Indigenous Traditional Knowledge and Endangered Languages, a national body set up by the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. Now, he is President of the Linguistic Society of India, academic editor of the Asian ESP Journal and other many journals. He was the senior most professor of the university, Dean of School of Humanities, Dean of Students' Welfare, Head of Center for Applied Linguistics and Translation Studies. At present, he is working as Professor of English Linguistics and Head of the Department of English of GLA University, Mathura, Uttar Pradesh. May I request our Professor Panchanan Mohanty sir to address now as chairperson. And in the meantime, I would like to silence, which is often subject to misinterpretation, contains multiple meanings and learning impacts. Based on empirical research in Australia, China, Japan, and Korea, the discussion unpeels layers of silence to look into the wide array of social and educational functions, such as learning, rehearsing, bonding, resisting, communicating, and mental processing. Dad Bayo lectures at Monash University. His current research interests include silent studies, creative thinking, curriculum development, and creative pedagogy in language education. His recent book include Understanding Silence and Reticence, Ways of Participating in SLA, Poetry for Education, Classroom Ideas that Inspire Creative Thinking, Creativity and Innovation in ELT Materials, Looking Beyond the Current Design, Transforming Pedagogies through Engagement with Learners, Teachers, and Communities. Silence in English Language Pedagogy, From Research to Practice. In 2018, Dat Bao received the Dean's Award for Excellence in Teaching at Monash University. We are going to be enlightened by the talk of Dr. Dat Bao. Let us know about new needs, new demands, new trends. May I request our Panchanan Mohanty sir, Professor, to address as chairperson. Now, thank you.
Sir, could you unmute your mic and also your camera? Panchanan sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Welcome, Professor Redbaugh. We, on behalf of ELTAI India and on behalf of the university and ELTAI chapter Mathura, I welcome you to this keynote address. Please, we are eager to listen to you, Professor Baugh. Will you please do it?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Mohanty. And I'd like to thank you, Professor Shiva Duga, just now to have introduced me very beautifully. And it's an honor to be here at the ELTAI conference this time. This is my first time attending this conference, although I've heard that ELTAI have been running for quite a few years now. From Australia, big greetings to all of you, wishing you the best of health. I'm going to share my slides in a minute. Here we are. Before mentioning the topic again, I would like to raise this puzzle just for entertainment. Sometimes people ask me, what kind of thing on the earth that seems to be so delicate and fragile that even mentioning it will break it? And the answer is silence. This is the topic, and just to catch attention, and this is a unique area of research that many scholars recently over the past 2 decades have been amazed by and been going further and further into the understanding of the complexity of silence. Before that, before 2 decades ago, silence was seen as negative. People think if we suffer from silence, we must have a problem. Maybe we are being oppressed. Maybe we are being passive. Something undesirable if we are participating in language learning in particular without using words. But I think recently people start digging into the value of silence in different dimensions, including silence for learning, silence for building relationship, bonding, silence for understanding, silence for networking, silence for respect, and lots of other things. So in my presentation today, silence again has different meanings, not just positive, of course, but also negative and neutral, and cover a range of complexity and context. This presentation is founded upon my research for a number of years in different countries. In Australia, where I've worked and lived for the past 15 years, I look into silence among Anglo-white Australian students and see that they experience silence very much in the same way as Asian students whom have had the reputation for being passive, but that is not always true. I had the opportunity to look into Asia, East Asian silence as well, and make a few comparisons in a book later on. If you are curious, or I could send the book to you if you can't find and you would like to make a request. The book is called Understanding Silence and Reticence, published in 2014. So if you type this title into Google Scholar, you are likely to get the book for free. But again, if you can't, please let me know. I will send it to you. Again, the title is Understanding Silence and Reticence. In the book, I mentioned these projects in more detail, but this is just a summary to get you to familiarize with a few findings that I've created, I've finally came up with. If you listen into silence and listen to what people say about silence beyond academia, then people say many different things. One of my colleagues said, silence is better than talking nonsense, which I think is pretty true. Someone else said, when silence between two people seems to be comfortable, you know you found true love. And I think some of us can make the connection. Can you? Sometimes you are with someone you like or love, or someone you work long-term with. You don't need to say much. There's already hidden in there, without words, a level of understanding. Yeah. There will be a lot of different things being said about silence, but let's go back to silence in education, particularly in language education, which is our shared field. I'd like to tell you a story about myself, which started off when I was a child, long time ago. Yeah, once upon a time. As a child, I was very hyperactive. I think now I think about it, when people conducted more research into autism, I thought I suffer from a certain form of autism myself, because I couldn't concentrate too much. I always learned by way of moving, talking, interacting with people, and I was just a noisy kid. I even believed that I could fly, had this imagination about myself. And although it works for me as a person, I feel okay, I'm normal, but out there in society, and especially in classrooms, teacher didn't think I was normal at all. One day, one of my primary school teachers rang up my mother and said, look, you gotta do something about your son very soon, because when he is in class, nobody can study with him. He always making noise, he always interrupt, and he walk around and he tease people. My mother was so worried, and she had a conversation with my father, serious conversation about how to make me behave. After long discussion, my parents decided to send me to a place for training, because they couldn't train me in the family. Maybe you can guess what play it was. Or I can share with you here. It was a temple. It was a Zen Buddhist temple where kids come there to learn about meditation and how to calm the mind, and including philosophy as well. So I enter classes in the meditation temple twice a week, learning to be quiet. Here you can't be noisy. You are conditioned by the teacher to actually sit still, follow instructions, and of course practice meditation for hours. So I went through my childhood going through this training, and well into my teenage, where a lot of children actually fell back. They left the temple because they couldn't tolerate it anymore. By way of my parents' insistence, I stay and I keep practicing. And believe it or not, from a child who was very noisy, I became a child who was very silent. It took years. And I think about the journey as being painful, unusual, and was against my personality. But to some extent, I succeeded. Yeah, I became a very quiet child. But then when you are forced to behave in a way that seems to be against your real nature, you're not normal. And I wasn't normal at all. On the outside, I was quiet and obedient. On the outside, I was rebellious and again noisy and very stubborn. And this is what I looked like at that time. I looked like a very stubborn kid. who doesn't listen to anyone, although I behave very well in the classroom. And when I grew up, I went to university and I studied in the same field as many of us did, which is English literature and English education. In many of my classes, we were expected to participate verbally throughout most discussion. But then up to that point, I was already a very quiet student. And one of my teachers noticed that she was not happy. At one point, she pointed her finger at me and said, "Hey, look, you are in an English conversation class. If you don't open that mouth and speak, I will make sure that you're not going to graduate." And she said that to me. And I was struggling. I was in my first year university. And I had to struggle to go back on a journey to become talkative again. Imagine how difficult it was to return to what you were before after so much change happening. But I tried my best and I tried to participate again, this time with difficulty. But to make a long story short, I graduated. That was a university in Bangkok, Thailand. Although I was born in Vietnam, I actually grew up in Thailand, and I speak Thai as part of my native language, and graduated from Asian Institute of Technology. At that time, there was an English education program within the campus, and I finished with a bachelor degree in English, starting my first career as an English teacher in Bangkok.
I'm telling you, నేను ఇంతకు ముందు కూడా చెప్పినా కదా ఒకసారి ఇట్లా అంటున్నారు ఆంజనేయులు అని.
And so this is one of my classes.
వీళ్ళు కూడా అంటున్నారు అంటే you self introspection అవసరం.
I will share with you how my students behave. They were very quiet. I was teaching English conversations in a language school in university, and my students did not cooperate with me. No matter how hard I tried to make them participate, they didn't. And so I experienced a lot of struggle in my teaching. And then up to that point, I thought I was struggling a lot in my childhood, and now I'm struggling a lot in my 20s. Yeah, from a very noisy child, I was forced to be silent after years. Then I became silent. I was forced to be talkative again, and I spent 4 years trying to be talkative. And here I am trying to use verbal skills to help my students learn English, but they resist this. They keep silent, and I didn't know what to do. At that time, I began to have this idea: why is it that we humans or students are being forced to behave in a way which is against our nature? I thought that was not right, but I didn't have the tool to actually find out and understand and come up with policy to help not just me, but also others, until one day I was enrolled in a university in the UK. I came with passion, and I'd like to highlight here the need, and I think I often tell my students, whatever you study, if you follow or pursue a career, be passionate about what you do. It's passion, not knowledge, not intelligence, that actually bring you forward. And I thought that was true in my case. That was Leeds Metropolitan University back then, but now the name has changed to Leeds Beckett University. This is what I call they call Headingley campus in Leeds City, where I studied. And my program, PhD program, was 6 years. And it was here that I met some psychologists who were my professors, and of course, linguists. And I started to chat with my professors about my passion to learn to understand how we teach and learn in silence and speech. What's the movement between silence and speech that create education? Which one is better, silent or speech? Should we move around or between both? How do we understand this? how do we apply this in education? These are my big questions when I started off my PhD program. And so with methodological guidance, I went back to where I was born. I was in Ho Chi Minh City. And this is the National University of Vietnam in Ho Chi Minh City, where I started to observe silent students. So I went into about 20 different classrooms to try and identify students who are prone to silence or silent learning. And I interviewed them for 2 years, observing, interviewing. And finally, I wrote a thesis. My PhD thesis was about silence in Vietnamese universities. And the main finding of my research, of my PhD, was the fact that many of these students are silent because of the system. The syllabus was so heavy that there was no time for conversation, plus the expectation of the university that students should listen to lecture most of the time. And so my major finding was related to the system. I finished my PhD with these findings, and to be honest, I wasn't happy. I thought, it doesn't sound anything like my life. My life was not the same. My life was influenced by many forces that conditioned me to move in and out of silence in very unusual way. So I thought I would like to conduct more research into this area. I thought university is probably not the right place because that was where curriculum was pretty heavy. So I went into a high school in the same city. It was called Lê Hồng Phong High School, where there were many silent students in the classroom. I got funding for this project. And to make a long story short again, the findings from this project says that students were silent because they respond to teachers and learning condition. Sometimes the lesson is boring. Sometimes the teacher is not accommodating, or competence and receptivity was not very helpful. And also the classroom climate is not conducive to participation, very uninspiring. So there was a lot of resistance to poor education performance that conditioned students to be very quiet. Out of these two projects, I noticed they are very different. They led me to different outcomes, and I thought, interesting, people are different. Students are different everywhere. I was just thinking, if I carry on new projects, I might have new findings. And this idea kind of excites me and made me very curious. So I was just thinking I would do more into silence rather than stop. Many of my PhD students after graduation, they got tired of their topic. They said, oh, I've done this topic enough, many years. So now I give it up and move on to something new. But for me, I think silence has been a destiny. After finishing a project, I move on to another project, and I found myself until today, when I'm talking to you right now, I'm conducting another project at the moment still on silence. So it follows me for a long time. 2007, I came to Australia for the first time to take up my job at university as a lecturer and researcher. This is the building I started teaching back then, nearly 15 years ago. And I noticed in my classes, I start teaching third-year students most of the time. And in my classes, which comprises mostly Anglo-white Australian students, there were always a few members who were not highly verbal. Many are very quiet. We tend to assume that Western students are very outgoing, but this is not the case for everybody. So I became curious. I identified these students and interviewed 10 of them over an extended period of time about why they are silent, how they really learn through silence, does it work for them? And I'm gonna jump to the findings of this project. According to Australian students, someone who is talkative in their mother tongue may be silent in another language. They say silence actually come from a language rather than from a person. Another finding is silence is governed or influenced by a range of factors in the classroom that happen on an everyday basis, including classroom culture, peer relationship, individual personality, daily mood, lesson content, teacher receptivity, students' inspiration, and the degree of challenge in the lesson. This means that students do move between silent and talk according to these factors. And I find the topic getting increasingly complex. They gave me the kind of finding which are totally different from what I found before. And at that time, I was looking into the discourse or the literature in order to see what else is being explained. What else do other people research when they look into silence just like me? And there was a huge tendency to actually explain silence through culture. Many scholars say from East Asian cultures, Confucianism perpetuate or value silence. And that's why many students came from this culture, like people from China, Japan, Korea, and Mongolia, seem to be very, very quiet compared to Western students and even South Asian students, of course, like Indian students are not this silent. Yeah. So I thought this way of explaining silence is not satisfactory for me because in my research, even if I interview East Asian students, they never told me these things. They never said, because I came from this culture, I respect the Confucian heritage. That's why I silent in order to value the culture. They never said those things. And I thought there's something contradictory between what I read and my data. So I decided to take the matter into my own hands by maybe out of curiosity and passion again. So I went to Japan. I took several trips actually. The first trip was to visit a number of high schools where I conduct survey into how students feel about silence, like why, what keeps them quiet? Do they use silence to learn? Do they suffer from silence or do they enjoy it? But students could not understand my question. They said, we don't know what you're talking about. Your questions don't make sense because many of these students grew up in the silent culture in schools. When I describe my project, they have no clue what it is. So they tried to answer my questions, but they failed. They didn't give me what I wanted. So I had to do it again. And this time I interviewed Japanese students who have been overseas to see how they experience the meaning of silence. And so these are findings from the Japanese project. They say every individual has a dual responsibility, not only toward their own learning, but also towards the learning of others. When they are silent, it's not for themselves, but for others to speak. They feel respecting silence is important in a shared learning environment. They also say between silence and talk, if they are not sure about how to behave, they would then go for silence because talk often hurts rather than silence. And they feel participation doesn't have to be in words, but listening is to make a connection. Silence allows conversation inside everybody. And that was how they said they learned. When I finished this project, I realized this set of findings is altogether new for me. It's just totally different. So far, I've conducted 4 projects, and they all led to strikingly different outcomes. And I thought, wow, that's so interesting. What if I keep going on? And I wish my life were longer, so I will visit every country on the earth and conduct one project about silence. to see what findings will lead me to. My next project was in China. This is Wuhan city long time ago. And I took 2 trips to China. And this is the outcome. I'd like to tell you a story which is related to what students were trying to tell me. They said once upon a time there was a flea trapped in a bottle. Every day the flea tried so hard to get out, but it couldn't because on top of the bottle there was a lid. After a while, one day the lid was removed, but the flea stayed in the bottle. It didn't try to get out. And there was a reason for this that I think you can guess. The lid is now in the flea's mind. It believes that since it tried so hard and could never succeed, it will never try again. And this story reflects the education situation in China. They said there exists a gap between what high school teacher expected. You know, in high school, students were asked to be quiet, listening. But then in universities, professors encourage students to open up and speak more, but they refuse to do so. And the reason is because students have long been conditioned to be quiet, that they find it extremely difficult to change behavior. Going back to the story, the flea is a Chinese student. The bottle represents silence. The cap on the bottle represents expectation towards silent or silent obedience. When the cap is removed, students refuse to break the silence. Why? Because now the reluctance to break silence already stay with the student for a long time. And this is a true story of many Chinese students in my data. Again, I would say it's very different from all the outcomes in other projects. And then I carry on with another project in Korea. This is a Korean high school classroom. And I will jump to the conclusion of this project for you. From Korean students' view, silence is a form of resistance. Students resist something that they disagree with. That's one thing. Other things include silence allow monitoring words in the mind before speaking in order to avoid premature poor performance quality. So they believe that silence is a stage of learning whereby students use it to prepare for future communication. So silence is not useless. Without silence, productive silence, as rehearsal of language in the mind, it would not build verbal communication in the future. And this is a very interesting concept that came out only from this project. Back in Monash University, I tried to conduct another project because I did 2 projects in Vietnam and found 2 different sets of outcomes. I was curious to see if Vietnamese students who have lived for a long time in a Western country, have they changed their thinking and behavior? And I found an altogether new combination of discoveries, including these ideas. Silence is autonomy. If someone keeps quiet, it's a choice, it's not suffering. They also say silence helps enhance the quality of talk. And something new emerged also. They say between silence and talk, there are many things. Silence and talk are not just opposite, but they are just 2 ideas along a longer continuum, including, for example, inner speech. When you are not silent, you actually talk inside your mind. That's called inner speech, which is not silent and which is not talk. And then in the middle, you also have private speech, which is whispering to yourself. Sometimes we do this a lot. Yeah, like we drop something and we say, oh no. Yeah. And then inside the speech is a kind of whisper that you direct toward the person next to you only for him or her to hear without sharing with everybody else. So I discovered that there are 5 constructs here along the line of silent and talk. There are silent and then inner speech, private speech, insider speech, and finally talk. So there are 5 constructs that are related to one another. I found this very interesting. And this is my conclusion of this project, but also it represents many other projects that I've conducted. So far, I discover that both talk and silent can be problematic or can be very helpful or productive and destructive. Here are some examples. They say, from my data, students believe that if reasonable talk is good, because if keep conversation going in 2 ways, reasonable silence is also good because it leaves space for conversation to be created. So that's positive talk and positive silence. Sometimes they say talk is only valuable when it makes sense to others, and silence is only valuable when it's employed productively for processing information. And then negative talk and negative silence exist side by side as well. If excessive talk among some people dominate class time and make it difficult for everyone to learn, excessive silence also prevents students from learning from each other. So silence and talk are actually more similar than we thought. And this is the last slide. Silence is not independent from talk. Silence is not the opposite of talk either. Silence is part of talk. Silence has very, very similar features shared with talk. Silence is connected to talk and is part of talk. And one example is we use both talk and silence to perform these actions, mediating ideas, preparing for participation, responding to others, and also supporting performance. With these ideas that conclude all my projects, I would like to finish my discussion here, and I want to thank you for your engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bob, for your scintillating, exciting talk. My video is not working, but thank God, the audio is working. It's a rare kind of talk because he has conducted projects on silence, that too in relation to so many societies. So it's a quite fascinating, and he has given examples how different societies view silence. And you have talked about Japan, Korea, Vietnam, and all these, of course, Australia, how these people look at silence, especially the students, how do they view silence? And let me tell you, in India, we have also different views about silence. A quite popular saying in India is that silence is golden. So, we say that, and there are other interpretations of silence also. Maunam sammati lakshanam, what it means is a Sanskrit saying. I don't know who has said that, but I've heard it umpteen number of times. If somebody is silent, that means that person agrees with whatever you are saying, which is not correct many times. Because sometimes, as you can see, because we, here, of course, in the Korean students' response has been that silence can be a form of resistance. When you don't want to say anything in the open, you keep silent. So, it's a matter of interpretation, how silence has to be, interpreted. Thank you very much for the exciting talk. Not only that, I was really delighted, and I must thank you for offering to all our participants that they could download whatever publications you have from your
Thank you very much,
and in case they cannot, they can contact you. It's a pleasure because you see, in India, we don't conduct a lot of research on silence, and I don't read, of course, a lot of research being conducted on silence. So thank you very much. I read a couple of books long ago, how different writers, when they say, suppose a novelist is, narrating how a character is going to behave in a particular way. So that is when, it's silence. So, or a dramatist says in a play how something is going to happen. It's a matter of silence. So thank you very much, Professor Bao, for this talk. Should you have some questions also?
Yes.
Dr. Shivadurga, I'm sure, people will have, our participants will have some questions.
Sure.
In case, because it's such an exciting talk, I'm sure there are many questions. But we'll have a few questions.
Yes, of course.
So wisdom seldom speaks through a noisy tongue. So those who are silent, can we consider them wise?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's a very good question. But I think it works both ways. There are people who actually, and this is something I learned from students as well. There are wise people who prefer to be silent. So silent can work both ways. There are people who are too intelligent and they stay aloof above words. They feel that speaking a lot is too low level for them, so they would prefer to stay in silence. But there are also students, especially in context where foreign language is the topic. Students suffer from low proficiency. And so talking in another language is way too advanced for them. And so I've seen across different contexts, there are students or people who stay silent because they are too smart. But at the same time, there are many people who stay silent because they really struggle to understand even. And so not until we've looked into the context to see what's going on and we talk with the person, will we be able to discover how we should evaluate the person's silent practice.
Yes. Even in India, sir, many saints, they take a mauna vrat. That means silent. They become silent for a few days. Then they gain spiritual powers and then they come for giving spiritual discourses.
Yes, that's a beautiful practice, I think, not just in India, but I think in Thailand and in a number of countries where especially Buddhism permeates. People believe that silent space actually build intellectuality.
Even the thinking level is also stopped in silence.
Dr. Shivadurga, we should give opportunity to other participants. We are the host.
May I request others to come up with
thank you,
questions?
Professor. Shivadurga. Yeah, thank you for your question. Very, very insightful.
Any questions from others and the delegates relating to silence, please?
Yes.
Good
morning, ma'am. Good morning. Can I have a question, ma'am?
Yes.
I'm Dr. Nita from Shimla. It's wonderful to know about the silence. Even I love to be silent at moment, because that is the best way to rejuvenate yourself. But ma'am, we always say soul, mind, and heart, they are never silent. They are never silent even in sleep. So how would you react to the chaos, which is created in our minds or maybe in our souls, whatever you say?
Yeah, I think that related to psychologists' explanation of dreams. Psychologists say that, dream happen because we store information over the years in our system, subconsciousness system. And then when we dream, these things come out and play by themselves. Space doesn't matter anymore, time doesn't matter, and logic, these three things don't work anymore. So that's why in dreams sometimes we move around location-wise, we move around space and time, and logic doesn't matter. you might have noticed like there are people who pass, they're no longer with us, but in the dream, they're still alive. And we don't question their living. You know, when we see them, we didn't come up to them and say, hey, you're dead already. Why are you here? We don't think so. And these things come because our soul, like you said, our soul never sleep. Our subconscious never sleep. And the reason why I mentioned dream is because dream is a very vivid piece of evidence which show that this is true. Yeah, the subconsciousness and the soul has its own movement that is sometimes independent from us when we are awake.
It's a good explanation, sir. It was a wonderful session with you. And now the next program begins. So we can...
Yes, thank you so much. I hope you forgive me because at 11:30, I have another event to go to.
Okay.
Professor Ba, one comment. Professor Ba, just one, I'll take a couple of seconds, This Zen Buddhism is Dhyan Buddhism. Zen is from Dhyan, meditation.
Yes.
So Dhyan is a Sanskrit word, where you keep silent and do meditation.
Yes.
So thank you very much for that exciting talk. And we will go to the next, session. So thank you, participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for your engagement. Lovely to be with you.
Goodbye, Dr. Baodak. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yes, goodbye. See you soon. Take care. Yeah, all the best with the rest of the conference. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot, sir. So proceeding next, coming up to the next plenary session, may I now invite Dr. Aman Shahani to please come and just join the session. And I would like to invite Professor Paul Gunashekhar as well, sir, to please come up over here. Yeah, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Divya ma'am. A very good morning and welcome to the first plenary session found the Padma Shri S. Natarajan Endowment Lecture, instituted by Professor S.S. Rajagopalan. Professor Rajagopalan, former professor and dean, Faculty of Education, Annamalai University, was associated with ELTAI right from its inception. He also served as its president and patron from the year 1985 to 2010. I'm extremely elated this morning to introduce the speaker of today's talk, Professor Paul Gunashekhar, also my teacher. He was a professor in the Department of Materials Development, Testing and Evaluation at the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. Sir, we welcome you and we are all ears to have this special opportunity of learning from you once again. The title of this talk is Learner's Dictionary, What Happens in the World of Words. Dr. Anita Sharma, the chair for this session, is a principal and also the head of the Department of English, Government College, Dhami in Himachal Pradesh. She has also served as the president of ELTAI Shimla chapter and was a former associate at the Inter-University Center for Humanities and Social Sciences of Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. Madam, I welcome you and request you to formally introduce and welcome Professor Paul Gunashekhar. The floor is all yours. Thank you.
Let me.
And kindly unmute yourself.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Aman. It's wonderful, be over here with you all. A very good morning to one and all present in tune with us today. Respected eminent academicians, teachers, researchers, scholars, dear students, I, Dr. Anita Sharma from Shimla, extend a warm welcome to you all in this 15th International and 51st National Annual Conference of ELTAI on New Needs, New Demands, New Trends. My humble thanks and congratulations to our sterling President, Professor Sanjay Arora, Professor Ilango, Professor Mohan Raj, Vice Chancellor, GLA Mathura University, Professor Falguni Gupta, and all the office bearers and members of ELTAI India for providing me this awesome opportunity to interact with such illuminating speakers and guests. Dear friends, we are here to present before you our first plenary session on learners' dictionaries, what happens in the world of words. I think it's going to be good, after silence. The first plenary is also being called the Founder Natarajan Endowment Lecture, as it is instituted and sponsored by distinguished Professor S.S. Rajgopalan. So, friends, allow me to introduce our plenary speaker, Professor Paul Gunashekhar. Paul Gunashekhar taught English, trained teachers of English, and developed instructional materials for English language teaching for over 43 years. Educated in Bangalore and London, he was a professor in the Department of Materials Development, Testing and Evaluation at the English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. Having served the university as Proctor, Dean of English Language Education, and Dean of Publishing at different times, he retired from FLU in October 2017. Professor Gunashekhar has authored, co-authored, and edited over 250 English teaching books for national agencies like NCERT, CBSE, National Institute of Open Schooling, IGNU, Rashtriya Sanskrit Vidyapith, Tirupati, and Rajiv Gandhi Central University, and state agencies like the Government of Andhra Pradesh, the Government of Tripura, the Government of Mizoram, the Government of Orissa, and the Andhra Pradesh Social Welfare Residential Education Institutions Society. Professor Gunashekhar has conducted over 1,000 teacher training workshops in India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, UAE, Kuwait, Oman, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Tanzania. He has presented papers at conferences and symposium in the UK, Holland, Japan, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, and Nepal, apart from India. He has several research publications, notably the Director of ELTAI Research in India and edited FLU, Research Journal Languaging. He is advisor and Indian English consultant to the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary and the Oxford English Dictionary. Sir, this is the second time I'm chairing this session. So warm welcome to you and my humble namaste to you. So with regards, I invite you for your presentations. Over to you, sir.
Sir, while sharing your screen, share the sound also, sir. There is an option in the share screen window. At the bottom of the share screen window, you will see share the sound.
Sound, right. Right. Okay.
Select that. Share.
Is the screen visible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, but the screen is not in full screen mode, sir. Okay. Can you make it in slideshow mode?
Closer.
Sir, please stop presenting, and then on the PowerPoint, go to the full screen mode, and then share that screen, sir. It will be easy for you.
Okay. Okay. And to the full thing first, is it?
Yeah. You'll have to put on the full screen mode, and then share the screen which is on the full screen mode.
No. Make that F9. No. How do you reduce it?
Yeah.
See, it is asking.
Is that visible now?
Your slides are on, sir, but it's still not on the full screen mode because you're sharing your screen. You have to share the window on which your full screen PowerPoint is opened. So when you click on this share screen option, there'll be three options. One is your screen and the window. You have to click on the window.
Hang on.
So the window will have the full screen PowerPoint. Okay. Stop presenting and then do, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Just a minute. Right.
Oh, this is.
Stop share.
Stop running.
Yeah.
Also, if you're okay this way, it's okay, sir. You can because it's difficult. It's okay.
You now see it?
You have to share.
We
You have
can
to share.
begin the
Sir.
presentation like this only.
Yeah, we'll just go ahead with that.
Share.
Just go ahead.
Right.
Just start.
I think it's okay, sir. You can
Yeah.
carry on with
Yeah.
this.
As long as you can see the
Yeah, it's visible,
slide
sir.
concern. Fine. Just ignore the slide sort on the left. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Professor Anita Sharma, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to give the Founder Natarajan Endowment Lecture. Mr. Natarajan was truly an outstanding educationist whose invaluable contribution to the development of Indian ELT will never be forgotten. Right, to my presentation. In 1962, Randolph Quirk remarked, and I quote, "Vocabulary is the open end of language. Vocabulary is the open end of language. We spend our lives enlarging our knowledge of words. We communicate meaningfully in a language, essentially using words to convey an enormous range of meanings. Words are absolutely crucial to successful communication. So an inadequate stock of words can make the lexically challenged person have feelings of diffidence and insecurity. My presentation will be in 4 parts. The first part will respond to the question, how do words appear? How do words happen? The second part will discuss the question, where did English words come from? And that's in the historical sense. The third part will explore the emergence of learners' dictionaries and the role of defining vocabulary. And the concluding part will highlight the contribution of the computer in the development of learners' dictionaries, with particular reference to the latest edition of the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary of Current English. We verbalize our ideas, thoughts, feelings, and reactions using our repertoire of words. We know, however, that it is often difficult, even in our own languages, to find words that are both appropriate and precise enough to get our exact message across to others. When we use English, we are faced with a language. I think somebody's mic is on. Sorry. When we use English, we're faced with a language where the spelling of words often has little to do with their pronunciation, where slang and idiom are intertwined with standard expressions, and where most words have multiple meanings. Think of the word set, S-E-T. The Oxford English Dictionary, or OED, as it's familiarly referred to, 1989, records 430 senses of set and uses about 60,000 words to record its polysemous nature. Think of the word what, W-H-A-T. How do we explain the word what to a learner of English? OED takes 5 pages and about 15,000 words to explain the different senses of what. Obviously, English can be most intimidating to learners of the language. As Bill Bryson, in a fascinating book, Mother Tongue, published in 1990, says, and I quote, "English is full of booby traps for the unwary foreigner. Any language where the unassuming word fly, F-L-Y, signifies an annoying insect, a means of travel, and a critical part of a gentleman's apparel, is clearly asking to be mangled. Evidently, words that look identical represent more than one lexical item. The meanings of homonyms and homographs manifest themselves only in context. And when apparently simple words like better and worse are used idiomatically in an expression like for better or for worse, and then a wordsmith plays with the idiom, well, it can be a nightmare for a learner of English. For better or for worse. There was this person who fell in love with 2 women. He loved the first woman because she wrote wonderful poems for him. He loved the second woman because she made delicious masala dosas for him. He couldn't decide whether to marry for better or for worse. Now, where do words come from? Scholars often ask this intriguing question. Where do words come from? Bryson attempts an answer by proposing 5 sources of new words. Firstly, words are created by error. According to the first supplement of the Oxford English Dictionary, and that was published way back in 1933, there are at least 350 words in English dictionaries that owe their existence to typographical errors. Bryson also reminds us that erroneous words are sometimes introduced by reputable users of the language who simply make mistakes. For instance, Shakespeare thought illustrious was the opposite of lustrous, and this sense of the word illustrious stayed on for a long time. Sorry. Secondly, words are adopted or borrowed. As Bryson reminds us, this, of course, is one of the glories of English, its willingness to take in words from abroad as if they were refugees. We know, for example, that words like juggernaut, curry, shampoo, catamaran, bandicoot, mulligatawny, and pakka originated in India. In an interesting comment on loan words, David Crystal, in a very informative book titled Words, 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 and published in 2006, says, and I quote, "English is a vacuum cleaner of a language. It sucks words in from any language it makes contact with. English has borrowed words from over 350 languages around the world." Borrowing is another misnomer. When one language borrows from another, it does not give them back. Steals would be more appropriate, says Crystal. Thirdly, words are created. That is, many English words have been coined by skillful and resourceful users of the language in particular contexts. According to one calculation, Shakespeare used 17,677 words in his writings, of which at least 1/10 had never been used before. Shakespeare gave us the words critical, monumental, castigate, majestic, obscene, frugal, radiance, dwindle, countless, submerged, excellent, hurry, hint, lonely, summit, and 1,690 other words. As Bryson exclaims, how would we manage without them? In his delightful book, Tharurosaurus, published last year, Shashi Tharoor refers to authorism, the word that writer and scholar Paul Dixon created. Authorism is a neologism that highlights the words that authors have invented. Tharoor says that the 19th century British poet, the poet laureate Robert Southey, coined nearly 400 neologisms, most of which unfortunately never caught on. Perhaps as a tribute to the poet, Tharoor begins his favorite list of 53 words in the book with Southey's adjective Agatha cacological. Agatha cacological, meaning consisting of both good and evil. Fourthly, words change by doing nothing. According to Bryson, the word stays the same, but the meaning changes. And over time, the meaning of a word sometimes becomes its opposite. Originally, the meaning of a word sometimes becomes its opposite. As I said, the word counterfeit meant a legitimate copy. The word brave was suggestive of cowardice. The word enthusiasm was a term of mild abuse. The word manufacture referred to something made by hand. It now means virtually the opposite. And the word politician was originally a sinister word. Perhaps it still is, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is Bryson's opinion. Fifthly, words are created by adding or subtracting something. English has more than 100 common prefixes and suffixes. So with the help of affixes, it can form and reform words with a facility that sets it apart from other languages. Bryson gives the example of the French word mutin, meaning rebellion, which in English can be turned into mutiny, mutinous, mutinously, and mutineer, while the French have only one form, mutin. English also possesses the ability to make new words by fusing compounds. For instance, airport, seashore, footwear, wristwatch, landmark, and flower pot. So word knowledge, therefore, includes knowing the root form and the derivatives of a word. Now, where did English words come from? In the historical sense. John Seeley, in a book titled Words, says, over the centuries, the English language has been influenced by the history of the peoples who speak it and by the languages of the many different countries with which they have come into contact. Seeley points out that in this sentence, there are words that come from Old English, the word over, Latin, the word centuries or century, and French, which contributes to the word language, right? Languages, language, come from French. Robert Birchfield, the famous lexicographer who edited the Oxford English Dictionary for 30 years up to 1986, wrote in the London Sunday Times on 1st April 1990, it's easy enough to construct an English sentence in which all the words except articles and prepositions are of external origin. An example, invading armies impose exotic political systems on conquered countries, all borrowed from other languages. Or one in which every word is of native origin. Example, hardly any horse-drawn plows are found on English fields now. Now take a look. Take a look at this linguistic flowchart taken from Tom MacArthur's book, The English Languages, right? Take a look at it. I'm going to be elaborating this diagram. Okay. Let me now mention some historical milestones to capture what MacArthur is trying to convey through that diagram. The foundation of modern English is Anglo-Saxon or Old English, a Germanic language spoken by the community that invaded Britain in the 5th century. So words that we take for granted, like house, home, church, all come from Old English. A few centuries later came the Scandinavian invasion. The Vikings came in large numbers and brought with them their language, Old Norse, which was also of Germanic origin. Old Norse had a considerable influence on Old English, and this was the period when basic and fundamentally useful words like take, get, and want were assimilated into Old English. The evolution of English was impacted by the Norman conquest of the 11th century. A group of warriors from northern France attacked and defeated the Saxon army near Hastings in 1066. This resulted in French becoming the first language of the ruling classes for many decades, till the upper classes began to use English as well as French. And thus emerged Middle English, in which words of French origin like government, minister, accuse, and so on, became a necessary component of the language. Contemporaneous with French was Latin. Having arrived in Britain in the 6th century, Latin was not just the language of the church, but also of erudition and scholarship. The register of government and law was clearly Latinate in origin. For example, words like alias, client, conviction, homicide, legal, prosecute, and testify are words that we use in the 21st century. As Davidson, J.P. Davidson, says in a wonderful book on the evolution of language called Planet Word, published in 2011, and I quote, "In general, Anglo-Saxon words are simple, essential, strong, everyday words in common usage, such as see, good, and heart. French and Latin-derived words are often more sophisticated, or learned, or conceptual. Compare the words see and perceive. They mean the same. But the Latin-derived word perceive would much more likely be used in an official, formal document. According to the former editor of OED, John Simpson, in his fine memoir titled The Word Detective, 2016, the book that is regarded as the first English dictionary was the Table Alphabeticale, written by Robert Corddry, a schoolmaster, and published in 1604. It consisted of the meanings of what Corddry considered hard words. And will you believe it? He said this dictionary was meant for women and children. Simpson also says the word dictionary itself is of Romance origin. It seems to have made an appearance around 1480. Once it found its place in English, the word developed new meanings over time. OED records that in 1576, the word dictionary could be used to refer to any alphabetically arranged reference book. And very soon, in 1579, the word also meant the sum total of the words a person knows. And by 1609, the term walking dictionary was being used. And by 1829, the idiom swallowed a dictionary to refer to someone who knows a huge number of words like Sashi Tharoor had appeared. The appearance of the Oxford English Dictionary in 1928 marked a watershed in the history of lexicography. Regarded as one of the wonders of the world of words, OED was the culmination of the many decades of discussions and debates about English in the Philological Society of London. The second edition of OED, published in 1989, and that is the only printed version we have now, is the authoritative guide to the meaning, history, and pronunciation of over 500,000 words, past and present. And the 20 volumes of OED make up 21,730 pages, and together they weigh almost 64 kilograms. The 20 volumes on my shelves are staring at me as I speak, and my biggest worry is that the shelves will come crashing down on me sooner or later. In marked contrast to the OED, the first half of the 20th century brought into prominence the need for learners' dictionaries. And it was during this period that the learner's dictionary developed into a distinct genre. The pioneers of the user-driven dictionary movement were three expatriate Englishmen: Harold Palmer, Michael West, and A.S. Hornby. Palmer and Hornby gained their research experience in Japan, while West's extensive research was located in pre-partition India. In 1935, West, in collaboration with Endicott, J.G. Endicott, compiled the first foreign learners dictionary titled The New Method English Dictionary. Palmer developed the first encoding dictionary in 1938 titled A Grammar of English Words, using a 1,000-word vocabulary list originally prepared by Hornby in Japan. In 1942, in Tokyo, Hornby, in collaboration with Gatenby and Wakefield, published the Idiomatic and Syntactic English Dictionary. And this path-breaking dictionary was photographically reprinted, I should say, and published as a Learner's Dictionary of Current English in 1948 by Oxford University Press. And subsequently, in 1952, it was retitled The Advanced Learner's Dictionary of Current English, the name that has been retained in the 9 editions that followed. Let me provide a brief background to the emergence of pedagogic lexicography and its influence on the development of learners' dictionaries, in particular, the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary. Samuel Johnson's epoch-making Dictionary of the English Language was published on 15th April 1755. And Johnson says in the preface that his original aim was to refine our language to grammatical purity. However, as he began working on the dictionary with a team of 6 assistants, could you mute that, please? Thank you. However, as he began working on the dictionary with his team of 6 assistants, he realized that languages change and evolve, and that his responsibility as a lexicographer was to describe and record the English of the day rather than to form and reform it. His descriptive approach had a lasting influence on all the dictionaries that followed. As a pioneering lexicographer, Johnson admits in the preface that his biggest challenge was to find a way of explaining English words to fellow native speakers using a set of simpler terms. That is, his job was to ensure that his definition was simpler, more comprehensible than the word it is being used to define. His attempt to compile a group of words to explain and clarify other words that were then current was a precursor to the work of Harold Palmer, Michael West, and Albert Sidney Hornby in the first half of the 20th century to identify a set of defining words that could be used by editors of learners' dictionaries, language teachers, and materials writers. Textbook writers will concede that glossing a word is almost always a challenging task because the definition should be in words that we assume the learner knows. And borrowing a ready-made definition from a dictionary does not always help. So taking the cue from Makanlal Tikku, the late Makanlal Tikku, in his book, Teaching and Learning English, published in 2003, let me draw your attention to this point by referring to how 5 dictionaries define the word cat. Samuel Johnson, in a dictionary of English language, defined cat as a domestic animal that catches mice, commonly reckoned by naturalists the lowest order of the leonine species. The Concise Oxford Dictionary, 1999, says a cat is a small domesticated carnivorous mammal with soft fur, a short snout, and retractile claws. It's widely kept as a pet or for catching mice, and many breeds have been developed. The Collins-Coburn English Dictionary, 1987, replaces the definition with an explanation in a sentence on the premise that it will lead to a clearer understanding of the word. And it says, a cat is a small furry animal with a tail, whiskers, and sharp claws that kills smaller animals such as mice and birds. The Macmillan English Dictionary for Advanced Learners, 2002, offers a similar definition. A cat is an animal with soft fur, a long thin tail, and whiskers that people keep as a pet or for catching mice. A young cat is called a kitten. And 5, the Advanced Learners Dictionary of Current English, 2020, provides this definition of a cat: a small animal with soft fur that people often keep as a pet. Cats catch and kill birds and mice. As you must have noticed, definitions 3, 4, and 5 are from pedagogic learners' dictionaries and therefore focus on what a learner of English will appreciate. Let's take a quick look at the development of the notion of defining vocabulary. The criteria for developing a defining vocabulary for dictionaries can be traced back to the seminal work of Michael West. In applying his reading first approach to the development of his well-known new method readers and supplementary readers, West used 5 notions that formed the basis of his seminal work, the General Service List of 2000 English Words, 1953, that has had such a huge influence on everything that followed. So Michael West's reading first approach, 5 notions. For our immediate purposes, it's number 5 that counts. So what transpired as a crucial stage in the development of learners' dictionaries was West's notion of defining vocabulary. His own landmark lexicographic contribution, the New Method Dictionary, applied the defining vocabulary concept and was published in 1935. And quite incredibly, he defined the meanings of 24,000 entries in the dictionary within a vocabulary of 1,490 words. So essentially, an entry in a learner's dictionary deploys a fundamental lexicographic principle. Explain the meaning of a word by defining it in simple terms. That is, the entry should provide the explanation of the word concerned by using other words whose meanings are self-evident. Dictionary editors in the last 250 years have been largely guided by what Samuel Johnson says in the preface to his famous dictionary, 1755. To explain requires the use of terms less abstruse than that which is to be explained. However, there is a fundamental difference between Johnson's dictionary and a modern learner's dictionary. While the former aimed to give native speakers truthful accounts of English words, the latter is intended to help foreign and second language learners make sense of English words. Explaining lexical items is evidently related to the notion of defining vocabulary, and that is a restricted set of carefully chosen words used to write the explanations in dictionaries. The assumption is, if a user knows this set of core words, they will understand the definition of every word in the dictionary concerned. So how is the defining vocabulary of a dictionary chosen? For example, the selection of the Oxford 3000. The Oxford 3000 keywords comprising the defining vocabulary in the 9th edition of the Advanced Learners Dictionary. And that was based on 3 criteria: frequency, range, and familiarity. The words which occur most frequently in English were included based on the information in the Oxford English corpus and the New Monitor corpus. The use of this criterion of frequency is self-evident. The most frequent 2,000 words in English comprise about 80% of almost any English text. However, frequency of occurrence alone was not sufficient for a word to become a keyword in the Oxford 3000, because it may be a high frequency word in a restricted area like scientific writing. The word must also feature across a range of different types of text. That is, it should be both frequent and used in a variety of contexts. And in addition, the defining vocabulary included words that are very familiar to most users, even though they are not used frequently. So usefulness was the deciding factor. How were the core words selected for use in the compilation of the 10th edition published last year? What were the main criteria for selecting the words to be included in the revised Oxford 3000 and the new Oxford 5000 in the latest edition? Very quickly, an important step in the revising of the Oxford 3000 was to check word frequencies in recent corpus data. And this was done by using the Oxford English Corpus, or OEC, which has been used by the Oxford Dictionaries team and runs to over 2 billion words. Second criterion, relevance. A general corpus like the OEC can be said to represent the language used and needed by highly proficient speakers across a range of contexts. However, learners, especially those at lower levels, are typically interested in and exposed to much narrower types of genres. These learners will not, for example, expect to tackle complex written texts about highly abstract topics. Topics and tasks typical of formal exams, for instance, will be much more important for many of these learners at the beginner level. So Oxford 3000 includes words that learners of English are likely to meet in class and in their study texts, even if they occur less frequently in a general corpus, which means that Oxford 3000 is useful to learners of English from A1 to B2 on the CEFR assessment scale. And to meet the needs of advanced learners, the Oxford 5000 has been created to follow on from the Oxford 3000 with a further 2000 mid-frequency words added to the core vocabulary. And in this way, the Oxford 5000 provides learners with a manageable next step of useful general vocabulary to continue to build their vocabulary base from B2 to C1. I've already made a reference to the use of corpuses or corpora in the compilation of modern dictionaries. The outcome of modern computer technologies is the gigantic increase in memory capacity, which has led to corpus creation on an unprecedented scale. In the pre-computer era, think of the eons of time and arduous labor that James Murray and his assistants put into manually collecting words and etymological information in order to compile the first edition of the OED, which appeared in 1928. And here's a picture of the great man. Right? Don't miss the boxes and boxes on the shelves in that office of his, all containing index cards of information about words and etymology of words, etc., collected from a host of sources across the English-speaking world. In contrast, learners' dictionaries of the 21st century are all digital and searchable. If the older dictionaries were all static texts, contemporary digital dictionaries offer extraordinary opportunities to obtain information about words at the level of the whole language. So when lexicographers need to search a corpus quickly, locate occurrences or tokens of a particular word or phrase, sort the examples systematically, for instance, and display the results in a convenient form, they use a computer program called a concordancer, and its output is called a concordance. Here's an example of a concordance of the word dictionary from the British National Corpus. This is a small little extract from thousands and thousands of occurrences of the word dictionary in utterances, both spoken and written texts. It's a pity I can't enlarge it for you, right? So you can see what precedes the word dictionary and what follows the word dictionary, real examples taken from texts over the years. Now, here's an example of an entry that I edited on the word profile in Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary, the 7th edition, 2005, right? take a quick look at the first two meanings, and I marked them in yellow, 1 and 2. Sorry. Okay. You'll notice that a description of somebody or something that gives useful information like a job profile, employee profile, is number 2. It's not the primary meaning. But in the 10th edition, 2020, something's happened. Meaning 2 has now become the primary meaning. So the change in the order of the primary meaning of the word profile indicates that English in daily use has changed enormously since 2005, especially with the growth of the internet and social media. I'm now coming to the end of my presentation. Let me share a few facts about the corpus that now feeds into the work that the current OALD team in Oxford is doing. In fact, they'll soon begin to revise the 10th edition and get ready for future editions. The main corpus that the OALD team of editors use now is called the Commodore corpus. An interesting name because the Commodore is a huge lizard from Indonesia. It's a monitor corpus, so it gets added to every month. And the current version, and that's only up to September 2021, has approximately 17.5 billion tokens. And this will increase, remember, when the October and November 2021 data are added, right? And incidentally, lexicographers prefer the word token to word because a token is any string of characters separated by spaces, and corpus compilers find tokens easier to count. Right? As you've been reminded, I've been associated with OALD as Indian English consultant from the 7th edition of this notable dictionary. And let me conclude with a little information about the source of Indian English words that have got into the 4 editions with some persuasion from me, or lots of persuasion from me at times, like Ayyo, Aadhaar, kindly adjust, bus stand, vote bank, FIR, Shadi, Hartal, Dabba, and deemed university, all of which appear in the 10th edition. Indian English and South Asian English are all part of the Commodore corpus. But the editors now can create and extract subcorpora or subcorpuses based on any combination of metadata in order to analyze them separately. So the corpus contains data from 253 countries, and India is the 3rd largest in terms of the amount of data, with just over 1 billion tokens. So what makes the current Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary arguably the best user-driven dictionary? Why does it enjoy what we call a definitive status bestowed by the profession? In a nutshell, the answer is it can be used not only for decoding, but also for encoding English words and expressions. That is, it isn't just a storehouse of thousands of meanings, it's also an activator of language use and vocabulary development. And for me, personally, OALD is primarily a dictionary of collocations. In the first edition of OALD, 1948, Hornby himself explained the word collocation to mean how words combine in a way characteristic of language. As an example, he said that weak, W-E-A-K, collocates with T, T-E-A, but feeble does not collocate with T. And in the 8th edition of OALD 2010, under the entry light, L-I-G-H-T, as an adjective, as the Indian English advisor, I helped introduce the popular Indian English collocations, light coffee and light tea, as synonymous with weak coffee and weak tea. A couple of purists were not happy with the inclusion, but I think Hornby himself would have approved. As you prepare to leave, I'd like you to watch this 1-minute spoof on Samuel Johnson and his dictionary. If I can open it and play it. I don't know whether it'll play as it is. No, I think I have to open it, I suppose.
Here it is, sir, the very cornerstone of English scholarship. This book, sir, contains every word in our beloved language.
Sir, we are not able to see the video, sir.
Every single word, sir.
Oh, well, in that case, sir, I hope you will not object if I also offer the doctor my most enthusiastic contrafibularities.
Sir, can you please press the escape button and show the video?
It is a common word down our way.
Yeah. Xavier, can you play it, please? It's just
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll play it, sir.
Sure, please do. Thank you.
You stop sharing.
Here it is, sir. Here it is, sir, the very cornerstone of English scholarship. This book, sir, contains every word in our beloved language.
Every single one, sir?
Every single word, sir.
Oh, well, in that case, sir, I hope you will not object if I also offer the doctor my most enthusiastic contrafibularities. Contrafibularities, sir? It is a common word down our way. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm anaspeptic, phrasmotic, even compunctuous to have caused you such pericombobulation.
What are you all about, Blackhead? This is all beginning to sound a bit like Dago talk to me.
I'm sorry, sir. I merely wished to congratulate the doctor on not having left out a single word. I shall return interphrastically.
So, Dr. Johnson, sit you down. I would rather not be patron of my book if you can see no value in it whatsoever.
Leaving already, Doctor? Not staying for your pendigestatory interludicule?
No, sir. Show me out.
Certainly, sir. Anything I can do to facilitate your velocitous extramuralization.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Goodbye from Dr. Johnson and me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really wonderful and quite informative discourse. We really enjoyed thoroughly, because we always think that words, we never give such a serious thought to the very minute thing of a language, that is word. But with your presentation, I really came to know how words are actually the fundamental means of people or man who actually want to express their maybe sentiments, symbols, or feelings, whatever. Even I think silence need words, because in a previous this lecture of the keynote speaker, we were talking about the silence, but I think even in silence we need words. So it was a well researched and well informative lecture on lexicographers, when you began with the Samuel Johnson, and towards the end, I found if Shashi Tharoor sir had, come into the scene with all those new, vocabulary, new, words, the coinage of the words, which was really, wonderful in your, video. With this, I do remember one, thing from one of our doctor poet, that is William Carlos Williams from American, literature. He always used to say that what is a poem? He says poem is a machine made of words. So that was, his definition for the poem. And I also remember, and I have written few words from Virginia Woolf, who was very particular about the words, and her quotation over here, allow me to quote, "It is words that are to blame, not the humans. They are the wildest, freest, most irresponsible, most unteachable of all things. Of course, you can catch them and sort them and place them in alphabetical order in dictionaries. This is to all lexicographers. But words do not live in dictionaries. They live in the mind. If you want proof of this, consider how often in moments of emotion, when we most need words, we find none. Yet there is a dictionary. There at our disposal are some 500,000 words, all in alphabetical order. But can we use them? No. Because words do not live in dictionaries. They live in the mind. Look once more at the dictionary. They are beyond. In doubt lie plays more splendid than Antony and Cleopatra. Poems lovelier than the Ode to a Nightingale. Novels besides which Pride and Prejudice or David Copperfield are the crude bunglings of amateurs. It is only a question of finding the right words and putting them in the right order. But we cannot do it because they do not live in dictionaries. They live in the mind. And how do they live in the mind? Variously and strangely, much as human beings live, ranging hither and thither, falling in love and mating together. I think as we have already surpassed time, and we won't be able to take questions, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure there must be so many questions into the minds of our listeners. There are a few compliments also for you, sir. It's an excellent poetic session with the play of the words which you have presented. And I think I invite all the listeners, the viewers, those who are with us today, that they can directly contact sir. We are going to share his email, and you can ask questions directly to him. And I hope, sir, we are going to disturb you with our queries again and again. Please, try to be with us. And with this, let's end this plenary session. And because it's time for the next session, thank you so much, sir. It's glad to be meeting once again with you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. And have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such an insightful and enlightening talk, sir. And it was an absolute pleasure to listen to you. It felt like I was back in your class. And thank you, Dr. Anita Sharma, for chairing this session. We'll move on to the next session, which is the lightning talk, and this will be moderated by Dr. Mamta Bhatnagar. Mamta ma'am, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much, Dr. Divya. And very good afternoon to each one of you present here. I, on behalf of GLA University, extend a very warm and hearty welcome to each one of you to this lightning talk in 15th International and 51st Annual Conference of ELTAI. In this session, we have Dr. Saryu Yadav, Professor of English Language Education, Regional Institute of Education, NCERT, Ajmer, as the chairperson for the session. Professor Yadav is a well-known figure in the field of language and literature teaching, and he has been actively contributing to the field of research. Besides writing 5 books and 65 research papers in various reputed national and international journals, he has actively participated as a resource person for many prestigious programs of NCERT and MHRD. Yes, I welcome you, sir, and I cordially invite you to chair the session. It's over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm really grateful for providing this opportunity to be a part of this great event organized by ELTAI. And this is being hosted by GLA University, Mathura. So I am actually grateful to all the team members, particularly Dr. Professor S. Mohan Raj, who is the chair of this entire event. Let me first of all just tell that this is the lightning talk. And in this session, there are 6 speakers. And I have the list, I have the name with me. So without wasting any time, because we know that time is only 50 minutes and we have 6 speakers. So in this session, we have decided that every participant, every speaker will get 5 to 6 minutes time. And they need not to elaborate each and everything in the paper, but they will just present only the important ideas, only the crux of their paper, so that our audience will listen to them one by one, because their ideas are important. They have prepared their paper meticulously and properly. So my request would be to each and every speaker is to be precise and just tell only those crucial ideas, those fundamental ideas which you want to highlight, you want to emphasize. So with these words, I think that all the speakers now have joined. And let me begin with actually, the first speaker. I have arranged it is randomly, actually. It is not that. So first of all, I would like to request Dr. Akansa Saxena to give her presentation, but keep in your mind the time limit. So I welcome Dr. Saxena. I know that because it will take some time to introduce you. You are, chapter head, ELTAI Gautam Buddha Nagar, UP, and you are currently working as government teacher and acting as resource person at Basic Education Department of Uttar Pradesh. And you have also won International South Asian Scholarship in 2018 by British Council to attend, IATEFL 2019, Liverpool, UK. So I know that you have tremendous potential as a teacher. You believe in innovation. So with these words, now I request you to give your ideas.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to all of you. And I'm sure, and I'll make sure that I won't take even 5 minutes, because I think the purpose of the lightning talks is to share the ideas or to share the thought process which can make a difference. So I'm going to be very practical. I am going to share my real-time experience, what I had with my group of teachers, group of kids. So I'll be sharing a quick
मैं दूसरा कैमरा लगा के बैठा हूँ, एक्चुअली 2 जगह मैंने लॉगिन किया हुआ है, तो मैं इस पे एक पे प्रोजेक्ट, एक पे अपना पीपीटी खोलना चाह रहा था,
Dr. Raj Mohan, please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. So back in 2018, UP government was taking an initiative wherein they were converting Hindi medium schools into English medium. I will just give you a quick reflection on how does it work. The UP educational basic education system do cater the educational services, that's like a government setup which cater education facilities to around 1 crore and 80 lakh kids, right? And we have around 5 lakh teachers working in basic education department, Uttar Pradesh. So the government took that initiative wherein they were converting some of the Hindi medium schools into English medium. So as I was working in Gautam Buddha Nagar, and there are around 511 schools, and only out of 511, 5 schools were like getting transformated from Hindi medium to English medium. There were 100 vacancy and the response was really poor. Only 12 teachers came up with the idea of, applying for that English medium teacher. The problem wasn't that they don't know the language. The problem that they were under pressure that how the medium of instruction is going to be in English with the kids who are coming from a diverse background. If you talk about UP government basic education department, we do have kids from migrated family. We do have kids from rural background. Even Hindi is not the only language for them to communicate. We do have kids from Maharashtra, from South, from Bengal, because they all come in NCR in search of work, right? So even Hindi was a challenge, and English was a real-time challenge for teachers to teach the kids in the medium of as a medium of instruction in English. So I came up with an idea wherein I started an English learning club at block level with 50 teachers, wherein I introduced a concept called ELT model. ELT model, that's ELT was the first ever word they have came across to how does the entire system works. So I started with 50 teachers, wherein I used to call them on every Saturday for 6 hours. For 2 hours, they will come and the KT process will happen, the knowledge transfer on basic tenets of grammar or the spoken part or how you can transfer it. And these next 2 hours, they will express themselves. Reason being, they will get an opportunity to explore that how comfortable they are with their language, to practice it. And next 2 hours, they will create some activities which will work in low resource community. As I'm talking about government schools, wherein we have a hell lot of kids without any resources or a scarcity of resources. So we end up creating activity which will introduce English as a language, not as a subject. So the biggest challenge we did face that everyone, right from the kids till the teachers, they used to treat English as a subject, not as a language. So I requested them that we need to create role models. So those 50 teachers were like the role models who would be communicating with their kids in English as they communicate in Hindi, right? So they will get the opportunity to listen to the language, then they will practice it, they will get the environment, and with the low resources, they will practice it on daily basis. The concept was so nice that I have like 4 blocks in Gautam Budh Nagar. So I started with 50 teachers, and within 3 months, we had like 8 English learning club, separately for primary school, separately for upper primary school teachers. Then we end up establishing English learning club for kids too. And the idea was so rocking that British Council did select me as an ELT resource, and they end up giving me South Asian scholarship, and I end up attending this international conference, ITEFL 2019 in Liverpool. So the entire concept is still working, and we have created a platform wherein teachers, students, the block level officers, all are using English as a language, not as a subject. And now they feel comfortable. The comfort with the language has gone to the level that now they are learning French. So I see it as a success of that little, initiative which I took 3 years back, and it is rocking. So this is where I will finish myself. And I think the small thinking or the small initiative can make a big difference. So I'm open for you now. Thank you so much. Yadav sir, you kindly unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saxena, for very crisp but very meaningful presentation of your ideas related to, your topic was helping young learners to learn English without a stress. Now moving to the next speaker, Mr. Prakash RH. Actually, he has given the title. His title is Impact of ELTAI's Webinars During COVID-19 on English Language Teachers. This is a very important area, particularly for during 2 years. Without taking much time, because I know that he is a wonderful person having a lot of work, and he has around 22 years of experience in working as teacher educator. He is also National Joint Secretary of ELTAI. He has contributed as content development and resource person. He is a Hornby Scholarship Awardee in 2009 and a certified British Council facilitator. Mr. Prakash RH, I welcome you to give your presentation within 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, audible. Please continue, please.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind words towards my introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. It was really a tough time indeed. Pandemic has hit the country and misplaced the people and their jobs. Schools and educational institutions that remain closed. COVID-19 pandemic has taught us a lesson that nothing is permanent. Witnessing the loss of lives of our dear one and near ones, we were in agony. Many of us have experienced that how cruel the virus was. I isolated myself with no schools and classes. Online teaching was an alien task then. It was a need of the hour to continue learning and teaching online. Amidst the situation, ELTAI initiated a quick and far-sighted venture of reaching school teachers and educational institutions, keeping its vision to bring innovative and timely teaching practices to reach learners with weekend tea time webinars on Sundays at 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. This initiative has brought a big smile on many young English teachers to continue their online teaching with a lot of confidence and learning virtually to enhance their CPD. The webinar series included the eminent speakers in the field of ELT in India, even abroad. This was a rare opportunity for many English teachers who are serving in rural and semi-urban areas, accessible to a new trend, facilitating their learners with new trends, with new demands. These webinars have got a great response from the audience from India, even abroad. The initial webinar series focused to orient teachers to get exposure towards various digital tools required for online teaching with hands-on experience. Especially, PPP programs were also played a vital role to make teachers with unfamiliar digital tools and teaching learning strategies using even evaluation tools for their facilitation. And one more important aspect, synchronous and asynchronous mode of workshops, creating digital tools and e-materials for teachers are also helpful with different learning management systems, LMS. Attending ELTAI webinars resulted in designing in Google sites for teacher trainees and students to promote autonomous and blended learning. Moreover, creating required e-content for school teachers and students who are facing board exams. These webinars have prompted and empowered me to design need-based training programs and facilitate online secondary English language teachers in my districts as well as neighboring districts. Sir, I would like you to listen to a few teachers, maybe time constraints. I may not take more than 1 minute to play some of the videos of our teachers who have benefited during COVID-19 pandemic. Hope I am enabled to share my screen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prakash.
1 minute.
Carry on, please. You are not audible. I think there is some technical. Yes, please. Yes. You are not audible. Now I think that thank you very much for your presentation. I could understand what you wanted to say. I think there is some technical problem on your side. If you want to say something, you may, is it all right now?
Yes,
from
sir.
your...
I thank.
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. I thank ELTAI and for you for giving me this opportunity to share my experience, especially with ELTAI webinars that has made many teachers to empower themselves to facilitate even confidently with the virtual learning. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now,
I stop sharing. I stop sharing.
Please stop, please.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So thank you very much that you have highlighted the initiatives by ELTI during COVID-19 and how they proved very beneficial for English teachers in our country. Now, let me take the opportunity to invite Dr. Shobha Ken. Shobha Ken is a teacher, researcher, and teacher educator, and currently working as assistant professor of English at Anna University, Chennai. She has interest in research, and you know that she also PhD, and she is the recipient of Innovative Teachers Award in 2020. I know that her interest is in collaboration. Her interest is also how to make English language teaching interesting. She works in collaboration with SCRT, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. She contributes in textbook development and also British Council. In a way, she is a versatile genius, and now we would like to listen to her, the ideas, because her title of the paper is, modeling as an effective technique to teach presentation skills among tertiary learners. So, Dr. Shobha.
A very good afternoon to one and all here. Hope I'm audible, sir.
Audible.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for this great opportunity to be on this platform of intellectuals from all over the country and abroad. So it was wonderful listening to all the sessions from the morning. And because this is a lightning talk, I would just jump into the topic, which is called modeling as a very effective strategy to teach oral presentation skills to our students. So as English teachers, we have been catering to a wide range of students, be it engineering colleges or arts and science colleges. But when it comes to their employability skills, the way they present their ideas is one of the key skills that they need to possess when they are going for a job or when they are sitting for their placements. So I would like to say how modeling, when the teacher models a particular presentation for the student in the classroom, it can be a very effective strategy. Now, in presentations, while we teach presentations, we see to that we are giving them all the techniques. We tell them what a presentation is, what are the structure of the presentation, what kind of structure it follows, what attributes can be making it very interesting and all this. But then somewhere I think the teacher does not give a model presentation for the student to follow. So I have been using this technique for quite some time in my classrooms, and students have said, it has been very useful for them. And that is one reason I chose this particular topic for the lightning talk today. So here is my model presentation, which I would like my students also to follow, or they can just innovate and improvise on this particular model. So the topic of the model presentation is going to be how to learn anything. So based on their domains, computer science students can choose their own topics, or civil engineering students will be choosing topics of their own interest. But my topic today is going to be how to learn anything. So I hope all of you are ready to listen to my presentation. I have 3 alphabets for you today, and that is BSP. So what happens when we give this kind of an abbreviation in the beginning, a 3-letter word? It kindles a lot of curiosity, because the human mind is like that. Is BSP this? Is BSP that? Or what could it be? So the students, they start thinking about that. So B stands for the burning desire to improve. Now here I would like to tell the story of Chanakya. So Chanakya is a figure larger than life that is very popular in Indian history and folk tales. So here somebody asked Chanakya once, you have trained hundreds of students, but then only one person became very famous, like Chandragupta Maurya of the great dynasty. And what is this reason? Why did you not create hundreds of kings like him? But then he said, here is where I expand the B. Only he had the burning desire to improve. So unless somebody has this burning desire to improve, it is going to be very difficult. And then coming to the next alphabet, yes. So here I would like to use the quotation of Bruce Lee. So Bruce Lee is one very famous figure among students, and he has been followed for different kinds of ideologies. So Bruce Lee said once, I don't fear the man who practices 10,000 kicks, but I fear the man who practices one kick 10,000 times. So here we can talk about focus and single-mindedness. So this is how, when you practice the same technique over and over, you become a master of that particular technique. And then coming to the third alphabet, P. So here I'm going to talk about perseverance, and to explain perseverance, I would like to take a real-time example. Here I would like to quote the example of Dashrath Manji, who is also called the mountain man. So this mountain man, he is said to have created a road through the mountain, because his village was on the other side of the mountain, and the village had no access to hospitals and other medical facilities which were on the other side. And he single-handedly, with lot of perseverance, started to break the mountain apart, and he created a pathway. And then the government also intervened, and then now the village has a road through the mountain. So this shows a lot of perseverance. So now I come back to the 3-word, the 3 alphabet, like B, S, and P. So B stands for the burning desire to improve, where I use the Chanakya's story of producing one great king called the Chandragupta Maurya, because he had the burning desire to improve. And then S stands for single-mindedness, where we use Bruce Lee's quotation. And then P stands for perseverance, where I use the example of Dashrath Manji. Now, why does this 3-part structure work? Whenever we make a presentation, we just put slide after slide, and we keep, we get into the rut, and then we read out the slides. But then in an oral presentation, there is a lot of impact that has to be created if you need to stand out among a group of people who are attending an interview or a placement structure. So this is one technique that I use in my classroom to understand, so that they don't forget what I teach them. So that would be the end of my lightning talk. And I hope this small strategy would be very helpful to many teachers who are watching this currently. And they would also improvise it and share it among their students, so that they will be able to make many effective presentations. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for concluding your lightning talk within the time. So you have given some innovative ideas that how modeling can be effective for students. Now, just moving ahead, let me invite Mr. Susai Rathinam His topic is the importance of CPD, continuous professional development for school teachers. So on this topic, I would like to invite him. Is he available here? I think yes, he is present. And he is a teacher and teacher educator at Samagra Shiksha from Tamil Nadu. And he has more than 20 years of teaching experience. He has a genuine passion towards the English language learning. And it is very, it gives immense pleasure that he was one of the two scholarship winners from India by the British Council South Asia in 2019 to attend the International Association for Teachers of English as a Foreign Language conference in Liverpool, UK. So now I request Mr. Susai Rathinam to give your lightning talk.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I should thank ELTAI for giving me this great opportunity. I'm going to talk on the importance of professional development for school teachers. Though the term professional development has been around for many years, the concepts of professional development have become more broader and more multifaceted these days. As we all know that professional development is a lifelong and continuous process, I'm going to share 3 aspects of professional enhancements that we as teachers need to concentrate more. The 3 enhancements that I would like to share are environment enhancement, methodology enhancement, and content enhancement. I would also like to talk why these 3 aspects are important, giving examples from my own personal and professional life. And now let me talk about environmental or environment enhancement. The environment in which we live paves a great scope for one's professional development. I can also quote from my own life where I had a suitable professional environment way back in 2009 when I attended a training by the British Council. One of the trainers identified my interests and have been contributing towards the harmony of my professional environment. It was the mentor who provided me everything to better myself. This was the case in every area that I went afterwards. I had a beautiful infrastructural backing to learn and train my teachers too. ELTAI is another great professional platform under which I could start a new chapter and practice a good community where the teachers themselves would contribute for each one's professional development. And I strongly believe if the atmosphere is more conducive for the teachers, there is a great way for everyone to grow professionally. The second important aspect of professional development that I would like to talk is methodology enhancement. New teaching methodologies are changing the educational environment around the world and driving for better academic performances. As teachers, how effective are we in using the methodologies in the classrooms? Even the topics of our ELTAI's conference this year is ELT in India.
Those who are not speaking, please unmute. Yes, now carry on.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Even
Thank
the
you.
topic of our conference this year is ELT in India, new needs, new demands, and new trends. It is said we can no longer continue to teach the way we have been doing. We need to prepare ourselves in newer ways to meet emergent and emerging scenarios.
Yes, please continue. You continue, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. The classrooms have become more student-centric. Methodology enhancement is very important for teachers. And the third aspect of professional enhancement is content enhancement. We are glad that we just listened to the plenary talk by Professor Paul Kunazeger, where he talked about what happens in the world of words. I think that was one of the aspects of content enrichment. The English language is changing rapidly these days. We find it very difficult to keep track of the changing language. Unless the teacher keeps track of the language, we may not help the child's development. The teacher has to take into consideration the constant changes, because what she is giving for the child is the future of the child. This seems to be a crying need of today. I think something has to be done about making certain that teachers' content of knowledge of English is improved. I, therefore, strongly believe that if these three aspects are well taken care of and enhanced, both professional development and classroom interaction would link conducively towards high student achievement. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, sir.
Thank you very much for your, enlightening talk on continuous professional development related to teachers. Now, I invite Dr. Braj Mohan. Dr. Braj Mohan is an assistant professor in the Department of Linguistics and Contemporary English at IFLU, Lucknow campus. He has MPhil and PhD degrees in linguistics and phonetics. And he has 10 years of teaching experience, analysis, rhetoric, and English language teaching. He has published 3 books, 10 research papers in his areas of interest. So with this brief introduction, I request Dr. Braj Mohan to give his lightning talk on the topic which he has just prepared.
Thank you so much, sir. Please confirm, am I audible?
Yes, audible. Carry on, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for so generous an introduction. The topic that I want to present today is communicative competence, possibilities and challenges in ESL classroom. In this brief presentation of 5 minutes, I am going to draw your attention to some of the pertinent issues related to English as a second language classroom. Similar situation is in India because English is taught as a second language in our country. We should start from communicative competence. The term communicative competence was coined by Delheims in 1966. It was introduced in response to Chomsky's linguistic competence. Chomsky gave the idea that linguistic competence is reflected in terms of performance, in the form of performance. So what he meant by linguistic competence, a native speaker's understanding of grammar, vocabulary, phonology, morphology, this type of things that gets reflected in the form of performance in language. And Delheims has a different opinion. Delheims found that just linguistic competence is not sufficient. Just by learning the rules of syntax, just by cramming vocabulary and knowing morphology and pronunciation of the words, one cannot be a good speaker. Because speaking, communication requires some more things, what he called communicative competence. So Heinz focus is more on communicative competence than on linguistic competence. What he means by communicative competence is a combination of linguistic competence and socio-linguistic competence. It is not just sufficient that a person knows words, arranging words in the form of sentences, can pronounce the words correctly. That's a different thing. That is, of course, required. But certain more things are required. The social norms are required. The pragmatic abilities are required. What to say, where to say, how to say, the consideration of place, person, and time, the consideration of context. All these things are required for being meaningful in communication. So, communicative competence comprises 4 types of competences. One is linguistic competence. Linguistic competence, as I have already told you, comprises syntactic competence, morphological competence, phonological competence, and of course, vocabulary. The second is socio-linguistic competence. Socio-linguistic competence comprises awareness, learners' awareness, speakers' awareness of the society, the common rules of communication that prevail in a particular culture and society, role relation, power difference, politeness, directness, indirectness, attitude, all these things should also be learned properly to be a good communicator. Then comes discourse competence. Discourse competence enables a speaker and a listener to understand the meaning of an utterance in context properly, considering what kind of context has been set there in the communication. Sometimes you see a sentence says something, but its context says just the opposite. So it is not the linguistic competence that can help you interpret that hidden meaning, that you can understand only when you understand the social norms. And then comes strategic competence. Communication may fail, how to patch the communication failure, how to avoid communication breakdown, what kinds of strategies can be used for this type of purposes. Being correct is one thing, but being effective is totally different thing. You can become correct, a speaker can become correct just by knowing syntax and having words. But being effective requires communicative competence. What to say, how to say, where to say, for what purpose to say, whether to say or not to say. Sometimes silence speaks louder than words. So speaking is important, but sometimes keeping silent is more effective. All these things come under communicative competence. Now, when we evaluate this situation in terms of ESL classroom, in our country, English is learned as a second language. English has a high social prestige. And of course, the students of our country get more opportunities of using English in real communicative situations. That is very different from China or any country where English is learned as a foreign language. Of course, the expectations of linguistic proficiency are also higher in our ESL setting. There are several challenges in our classes. Mother tongue interference. You see, since our purpose is to enable students to be communicatively competent, to develop communicative competence in them, there are certain challenges. The first challenge is that of mother tongue interference. Training in cultural and social practices of the target language is the second challenge. Pragmatic appropriateness in terms of implicature, developing this type of notion in our learners is the third challenge. And then giving them a socio-linguistic feel, who speaks what to whom, where, why, and how. All these contextual things need to be properly inculcated. So this is again another challenge. There are quite many challenges, but there are many possibilities. What to do means, if this type of challenges are there, if a teacher wants to develop communicative competence in his students, then what to do? I would say there's no just one set formula for this, but the teacher should be aware of the target, what particular the skill the teacher wants to develop in the students. That is very important. Some of the possibilities could be use of text that present social and cultural context. You see, sometimes movies, short films, audio conversations become better resources than just textbooks or exercises or correction exercises. So we can be more open in terms of choosing authentic material, use of situational syllabus, use of authentic native
Dr.
audio
Mohan, please
material.
now conclude.
Yes, and teaching English in context using authentic
Uh,
material.
Please
Whatever works to
now
develop
conclude.
communicative competence, whatever works to develop communicative competence, if you know the target, you can certainly do. Teacher is a great innovator. He always devises new rules and new plans. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Brajamohan, for your, pointing out challenges as well as possibilities. And this is definitely a very
So it looks like you are not audible.
Looks like the chair has lost his network connection. Maybe the next person in queue can start his presentation.
Good afternoon to all. I am Joseph Vinod. I'm a research scholar from St. Joseph's College, Tiruchirappalli. And I thank ELTAI for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And I'm here to share my ideas on the topic, new needs, language learning apps, vernacular and polyglots. So I would like to share my experience first. In 2016, I had completed an 60-hour course on basic French, and I was able to introduce myself without looking at notes or anything like that. But after 3 years, I just remembered one word, like to say good morning, bonjour. So other than that, I forgot almost everything. So I can relate my experience with the students who are coming to college or schools after the pandemic, and I have identified some key issues that learners of English as a second language face when they come back. So the first one is the learners can't think in the second language in itself. They often have that mother language or mother tongue interference. And the second one is whenever they try to form a sentence, they always try to translate from the mother tongue to the L2, that is the English language. They deliberately attempt that. They will think in their mind from Tamil to English or Hindi to English, something like that. One of the other problems is that after the pandemic, many students feel that to learn language is kind of a subject. They consider English as subject more than a language. So these are the kind of problems that we may face in the upcoming days. To solve this issue, I read a book by a polyglot. His name is Gabriel Weiner. He wrote a book titled Fluent Forever, How to Learn Languages Faster. The deep insights from polyglots can help us because they have an in-hand experience to learn more than one language at a time. They learn by themselves or they learn by immersion. And in his book, he detailedly explains how to learn any language, and his approach is quite different from the one we follow in our schools and colleges. Usually, we tend to introduce alphabets, words, and then switch on to grammar. But he says grammar should be the last one, and he bases his strategy based on the studies of psychologists in the 1980s. In the 1980s, the psychologists conclude that whenever we are encountered with a new language or a new word, there are 4 levels of process happening. First one is structure, that is the word, the spelling, and other things. Next one is sound, the pronunciation and other things. The third one is the concept. What do we mean by that word? And the fourth one is personal connection. Gabriel Weiner, the author, bases his methods on the last topic, personal connection. And he says that this is the most important thing that can make us learn another language. He says it because we often tend to connect to something that is personal. We have a good visual memory and other things. He quotes many from many fields like the science of memory and psychologists and the linguists and etc. And he says that first of all, we have to make a personal connection for the learners with the language. To do this, we have to identify the words or the ideas that they talk about in their everyday language, that is L1. And we have to identify those most often used words and make them learn that words in the L2, that is the English words. So first of all, he says that we should make the learners learn the pronunciation, and then we will go on to the vocabulary. The vocabulary must be chosen based on the personal connection. And at last, he says we must go to the grammar rules. And this is the method he proposes in his book. If we analyze his method, this is, this method is very similar to the first language acquisition by a child. Usually a child or a baby, he or she listens to undistinguishable sounds at an early age. He or she doesn't know what that word means or something like that. It is it would appear like a noise to the baby or something. As he progresses, he identifies the distinction between each sound, and then he listens to each word, and then he identifies the meaning. This is the similar approach that is proposed by the author in his book. And I think this would be a revelation, or this would be a new method of approach we can apply in our classrooms, because at present we are we are gifted with technology, and students have a high computer literacy, and this can help us to understand the needs of the learners better and make a personal connection for them. And we can leverage the technology to help them learn the language faster. And this area opens wide possibilities for the area of research. And this is my idea. So this is all based on a small idea that language is always based on connections. If students have a learning break, or he or she misses an important concept, grammar or something, that mistake stays with him forever. So using his methods, we can overcome such difficulties and make the learner learn the language faster, and we can use the technology for this purpose. Thank you, sir, and this is my presentation.
Thank you very much. Before I just give my own comments, let me just sum up the main idea just spoken by each and every speaker, because I am overwhelmed and I am delighted that all of these speakers came out some very essential, very fundamental ideas related to ELT. So let me begin with Dr. Akanksha Saxena, who is concerned with helping young learners to learn English without stress. English is not our mother tongue. Naturally, children had the stress. Teachers also undergo the kind of agony and anxiety when they have to discharge their duty as an English teacher, because when students come for the first time to the school, they are proficient in their own language, but how to bridge the gap between the home language and school language? So Dr. Akanksha had actually those concerns which make the students comfortable. And I'm very happy that she has done some contribution in developing some suitable activities which are low cost, no cost. And all the activities are skill-based, because English is a skill-based subject. It can't be taught like other subjects. So thank you, Dr. Akanksha, for your few ideas, but these are very useful. If they can be used and practiced in real life situation in school, it can do the miracle. Second, Mr. Prakash RH, you have highlighted beautifully that how ELTI has actually done some important webinars during COVID-19, because this was necessary to just make the people comfortable, because COVID-19 created a havoc, and our students, our teachers, they all felt a kind of very uncomfortable situation. It may be psychologically, it may be socially also, but through webinars, ELTI has done some remarkable work. And, it came as a challenge, no doubt, but it also provided opportunity. You pointed out that it is because of that many teachers could be acquainted themselves with the digital tools or e-materials. So these were the needs of the time. So thank you very much that you highlighted and emphasized that how sometimes, crisis becomes an opportunity. So thank you very much for bringing all these things into light. And then Dr. Soba Kian, she pointed out by, 3, 4, alphabet like B, FPS. She has in her mind that modeling can be one of the effective means for teaching English to young children, to the students, and it can be effective. The things which she pointed out that appealed me, that by highlighting the abbreviation of B burning desire, because this is necessary. Unless and until you have your strong desire to learn something or to do something as a teacher, you can't do anything. Only proficiency is not enough. Lack of commitment destroys everything. And second is focused, means everyone has to be focused to his assignment, to the task or to the profession. And then perseverance, because Rome was not built in a day. It requires a lot of patience on the part of the teacher. You know that students commit mistakes. We should not become angry. Rather, mistakes must be celebrated. And in order to have that, teacher has, a limitless patience on their part. And then single-minded, because a teacher has to be focused, single-minded, because education will not do. You will have to be continuous reader and learner. When you become teacher, it does not mean that you have learned each and everything under the sun. You have to be continuously as a student, because the moment you cease to be a student, you cease to be a teacher. So this idea appealed me very much, as Dr. Soba Khan pointed out. And then, yes, continuous development, professional development by, Mr. Sosai Rathinam. She pointed out three things beautifully, that a teacher must have professional, environmental enhancement, because when we say profession, it does not mean only the content command or just mastery on this subject area. It also requires the enhancement of the environment where we work. When the atmosphere is congenial, you feel like working and you feel very happy to work as a teacher there. And then he talks about methodological enhancement, because without pedagogical enhancement, it is very difficult to do justice with the subject area. As I pointed out that English, suppose that, is a subject which is skill based. So it can't be taught like social science or science. It has to be taught like a skill subject. And activity is very important. Role play is very important. So these activities can be
So please unmute yourself, sir.
Unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you. So these are the ideas which, Sosai Rathinam pointed out, and these are all relevant ideas which we have to keep in our mind if we are English language teacher. And then now Dr. Braj Mohan, he rightly pointed out that, communicative competence is the requirement and how it has to be integrated in English as a second language classroom. We know that when you have, when you draw a sketch of a good teacher in your mind or in your imagination, first thing that comes in your mind is that a teacher must be a good communicator. So communication skill is the necessity not only for teacher, but it has to be inculcated also among the students. We have found many students that they have the degrees of BA, MA, but they don't know how to communicate. So he has rightly pointed out that we need a kind of synchronization, a combination or blending of linguistic competence and communicative competence. And our, Indian classrooms are replete with so many paradoxes, so many, no doubt, challenges and problems, which he has pointed out, that I do agree with that. Because communication is a great challenge. And everybody wants to communicate, but he or she does not know how to communicate it, because it is not only linguistic competence is involved, but also cultural, nuances is there, social nuances is there. So he has pointed out that one has to be very sensitive when he inculcates communicative competence as a teacher of English in English as a second language classroom. That only they will be able to communicate properly, and they will inculcate these kind of skills among the students. So I congratulate him that he pointed out that we have to use the text with social, and cultural contexts, use of authentic material that can bring some change in achieving this goal of inculcating communicative competence. And last, Mr. Joseph Vinod has pointed out that, with the passage of time, much things have changed in ELT field also. Now, use of ICT in judicious use must be ensured, because, during COVID-19, we have seen that how this has helped to the entire country, to the entire school learners. So he said that English is a language and it should not be taught like other subjects. It has to be taught as a skill subject. And he pointed out that there are some elements of English language, that is a structure, sound, personal connection has to be ensured. Otherwise, there will be a gap, communication gap between the teacher and the taught. So how to ensure it? This has to be kept in our mind, because unless and until you know the technique, how to bridge the gap between language one and the target language, that is English, our purpose will not be served. So pronunciation, vocabulary, use of ICT, he pointed out, and these are wonderful things. They need to be integrated in our teaching learning process. So I'm delighted to be a part of this lightning talk, and I learned much from each of you, and it has definitely enhanced my competence as a teacher, although I have completed 30 years of teaching English in different levels in postgraduate department, and also for 20 years in NCERT. So friends, I hope that we will continue in future also with telephone or with email. And now I believe that our interaction will be continued in future also. And I am happy that all of you, what I wish to just now conclude with a few lines that, you all have highlighted the importance of language. And I do believe that language is the supreme proof above physical health and beauty that we exist in this world. And language is culture oriented. You all pointed out that if you want to know the culture of an individual, allow him or her to speak for sometimes, you will know that what type of person he or she is. And of course, communication. Unless and until we are good communicators, we can't be a good teachers. This is necessary. So there are, four aspects of English language teaching, that is cognitive, affective, social, and pedagogical. You all pointed out this, but none should be neglected. We can't just close our eyes from any one of them. Like it may be cognitive, it may be social, it may be effective and pedagogical. Unless and until we know how to synchronize them in a very inclusive manner, we as a teacher can't just be successful as a teacher of English, because emotive method, a language teacher must know how to romance with the words. Because we know that every teacher may be a good teacher of language, it may be, but a language teacher has to be different from a social science teacher or science teacher. When you speak, your language must be different from theirs. So friends, because time does not permit me to tell more, so with these words, I am very happy to be part of this great event of Lightning Talk. And I must congratulate each of you for your wonderful presentation. And I'm really grateful to ELTAI, India, for providing me this opportunity to chair this beautiful session with great minds having a lot of experience in their areas. So thank you very much once again to Mohan Raj, Manish from GL University Mathura, for each and everyone who is associated with making this event successful. So thank you very much once
Thank you,
again.
sir.
Thank you, Yadav sir,
Thank
for
you, sir.
coordinating and
Thank
That
you
was
for your
really a
concluding
wonderful
words.
session. That was really indeed a wonderful session. And although we are running short of time, we would love to hear you more, but it's just a time foundation. You can't help it. I would like to invite other people to go for lunch and have their lunch. We'll be back at 2:30. And in 8 parallel sessions, the whole presentations will go on. So we'll meet at 2:30. Thank you all. And even the links are provided on the like in the chat box. You can just go through it, all the presenters, so that you can join the particular links. Through those links, you can please go on with that. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Divya ma'am, you can turn off your camera.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Thank you. Akash sir, could you show other parallel sessions as well, so that the participants will be able to decide where they want to go?
Sorry, I could not hear that. Can you please repeat?
Show all the parallel session details, sir.
Okay. All parallel sessions. No? I think this one. This one should be.
Same PPT file. You can change the slides.
क्या चाय पीने जा रहे हैं क्या? अभी तो नहीं जा रहे ना? चाय नहीं खाया?
Are you talking about this one?
So not this one, the PPT, but change the slides. Don't keep the same slide.
Okay, okay, okay. Change करूँगा तब भी तो एक ही चीज नहीं।
Akash,
Yes, sir.
there is a slight change. The last moment change is there. Okay. Professor Rajkamal Shiromani had some casualty. Just a few minutes ago, he informed me that he won't be able to chair the session.
Okay.
So, Dr. Bhumika Sharma from Central University of Rajasthan, she will be chairing this session.
Okay.
Parallel session 1.
Dr. Bhumika?
Bhumika Sharma.
Bhumika Sharma. Okay. I will edit and then reshare. Okay. Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, Akash. It is Central University of Rajasthan. Bhumika Sharma.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. पहले सेशन का कौन है?
ये सब
आकाश प्लीज आप इसको स्लाइड शो मोड में ले जाके एक एक स्लाइड 5-5 10-10 सेकंड बाद मूव करते रहे।
Manish, Akash Datta, Dr. Akash, can you hear
Yes,
me?
ma'am.
Please put it on auto slideshow so it will go on continuously. Now,
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah.
put it on auto slideshow. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Akash, 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 can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Are
Yes,
you
ma'am.
are you collecting attendance from all the paper presenters?
No, I did not.
Okay, fine. Then I'll share a link. I'll create it and I'll share a link. Please post it in all the sessions. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
ওকে সো আজকে তোমার
Xavier, can you hear me?
Hello.
Xavier?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a
Yeah, actually, Manish called and told that in the whole building, the server is down.
Okay.
So what we can do is we can just go into the rooms and tell the chairperson to start the session.
And who is chair of this session, Xavier?
No, without the technical host starting the meeting, how will they start the sessions, ma'am?
The technical, yeah, that is also, but how can we manage if we can, maybe 2 sessions we can start. Others? Praveen, Sam and Shravan, you're there?
Yeah, I'm here and I can start the session. Don't worry.
Yeah, so each one of us can go to one room and we can start off the session.
I'll be here. Okay. Is it okay?
Okay, fine, fine.
Yeah. And who is chairperson of the session?
Xavier.
Raj.
Xavier? Xavier?
Okay, anyway.
Yes,
Can you send that PDF to on the ELTAI committee group?
no, ma'am, actually you need the username and password, which I've shared with the chairperson, sorry, technical host. Shravan, this room, it is already open.
Yeah.
So maybe if you want to start a meeting, maybe you have to join another parallel session, Shravan.
See, you go, simply just tell me who is chair of the session. Raj Kamal Shiromani or someone else?
Yeah,
In this room,
Xavier, I have a suggestion. Whatever mail you forwarded to the technical host, you send it to us also. We will open it and we will do it.
Okay.
Don't worry. Anita and Xavier, you go to other room. I'll start this room. If nobody is there, so I'll be chairing
this
the
room
session.
has already been open, Shravan. So the problem is I'm not able to sit in the computer now. I have high fever. I'm unable to sit.
Okay,
No worries.
okay,
You go.
no
You
problem.
go to your. I'm going to start the session of this parallel session.
Shravan, if there is a need, I can chair one session. That's not a problem. I can go
The
to one room.
chairpersons can be let in, sir. It's just that we have to open and allow the chairperson to.
Oh, okay.
The chairperson might be here. It is just opening the Zoom link.
Anita ma'am, can I do that? This is Shibani this side. I can do that. The links which you had shared in our mail, right?
You are from GLA?
No.
She's
No,
Shivani.
what
Shivani
we are
Basu.
talking about is opening the link.
But I'm not the host, so I won't.
Yeah. So we are talking about that. Can Vinod send the mail to us, Xavier? Is it possible?
Anita, talk to Vinod directly, Anita. Why are you routing it through Xavier?
Okay.
Sir, Vinod is not involved in this process, sir.
Okay.
I sent all the username and password to GLA staff members.
Okay.
They must supposed to they are supposed to start the meeting now, sir. Akash Datta is here as the host.
Okay.
Similarly, other people must join the meeting as host, sir.
Akash Datta, can you talk? You were speaking a while ago. Akash Datta, are you
Hello?
talking?
Hello.
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm using my data connection. from
Mobile
my-
hotspot. Okay. Akash Datta, do one thing. Can you forward the mail to me?
And to me also, Anita.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm sharing it here. I'm sharing it here.
Yeah, please do it.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, yes,
Hello.
please.
Yes,
Please.
hello, namaskar. I'm from Nepal, Regina Kesi from Kathmandu University. Actually, today I have paper presentation in parallel session 3, but that link that you have provided to me in that that Excel sheet, it's not working. So I have
You
been
please
trying and
wait.
trying.
You please wait, Regina. Actually, we are talking about that. We will open the link. Okay, the server.
Excuse me.
GLA Mathura University. We are sorting.
Excuse me.
Okay,
Can I
please
ask-
wait for a few minutes.
Okay,
Excuse
should
me,
I
can I-
stay here in the room? Should I stay?
Yeah, please
or...
wait. Please wait
All
here
right.
itself. Please
Can
wait
I ask
here
a
itself.
question?
Yeah,
Thank
please,
you.
please go ahead.
Excuse me, can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Would you please tell me the title of this presentation? I mean, who's going to present this topic? Because I think some technical problems have occurred.
Just a
am I
minute.
right?
We are opening other rooms. You don't worry. Just give us 2 minutes, okay?
Okay, no problem. Thanks.
Request to all the participants and paper presenters. We will open the parallel session rooms in a few minutes. Okay, there is a server.
Okay, thanks.
Mathura University. Kindly bear with us for a few minutes.
I'm sorry, and another general question. Do we receive certificates attendance at the end of, the conference?
Yes, you will be given certificates if you have paid the registration fee and you have filled the registration form. We will be circulating a form later. Okay.
So, because I live in Iran and, we've got problems for transferring money to overseas. So it was very difficult for me to transfer money.
We will respond to you by mail. Kindly bear with us. We are looking at certain other things that are the need of the, are now. Kindly please wait. Okay.
Okay, thanks. So I will send I'll send an email to ELTAI's email.
Xavier and Anita, I'm joining room 3.
Okay, Shravan.
Xavier, it says wrong password.